You got it?
You're good to go.
I'd like to call to order the Jackson County Board of County Commissioners meeting for October the 12th, 2021. Would you please rise? Commissioner McKinney, would you say a prayer and then we'll do the pledge?
Let's pray. Father God, we come this morning giving you all the praise, all the honor, and all the glory. While as we come this morning to conduct county business, ask you to be with us and guide us, and just protect every family in this house, in this county. Help us, Father, just to continue just to do your will. In Christ Jesus' name we pray.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Willan?
Yes, sir. We have three additions to the agenda. One under the consent agenda is request board approval of advertising agreement for the 2022 official visit Florida vacation guide. Under section 2, number 20, request board discussion on redistricting. This is actually in your agenda, but it's got the attachments in your packet. And then number 21, request board approval of senior development application by David Melvin. And number 22, request board approval to confirm Jeffrey Register as Road and Bridge Director. I would request that number 22 actually be moved to the top of the agenda, and number 3 for the CDBG CV item to be moved to number 2 on the agenda.
Okay, Ms. Daniels, on the redistricting, according to our agenda, it's near the end of the agenda, but with the permission of the board, I would propose that we move it to the very end. We will do the complete meeting, do the round table, and if we finish before 11 o'clock, we will start the redistricting. And then if we do start, we'll work until like 11:30 and break until about 1:15. Is that acceptable for everyone?
Yes.
Second.
Okay, got him. What's your question?
Move, clean, move.
Commissioner Donifro?
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Donifro to approve the agenda with the changes. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. Okay. Mr. Hunter Potts.
Oh, before we do that, we're going to have Mr. Register come forward.
Oh, you want to do him, Jeffrey, and then do the other one?
And then the hospital.
Oh, okay. Jeffrey, would you come up, please?
Yeah, he got to get back to work.
Yeah, and if we could, I'd also like for Rhett to come up with him. Just really wanted to take a minute to thank Rhett Daniels for his willingness to step in as interim Road and Bridge Director over these last few months. It went longer than I promised, so I won't promise that again.
Yeah.
And sincerely, you've done a great job, and just thank you for your willingness to do it. Our projects are back on schedule and moving right along, and that is in large thanks to Rhett. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Rhett, I would like to echo those sentiments. You've done a good job, and we deeply appreciate it, and look forward to you doing even better at other things.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And then turning our focus to Mr. Register, we have been searching for the last 4.5 months or so for a new Road and Bridge Director. We expanded our search and we did get more applicants. It helped. Most of them are from out of town for different reasons. They just weren't the right selection. And in the meantime, Mr. Register decided to put in his application, and I'm glad he did. He brings more than 7 years of experience working specifically for Anderson, Columbia. In his short time in the last year at the county, I think he's really proven himself to be reliable and great leadership qualities. And so I'm very pleased to ask for the board's confirmation of Mr. Jeffrey Register.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I move-
Commissioner Pate.
I move that we confirm Mr. Jeffrey Register as the Road and Bridge Director.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Pate to confirm Mr. Register.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Donifro. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. We expect a lot of you.
I understand.
Yes, sir.
I do understand. I appreciate the opportunity. And if y'all need me for anything, give me a call. We'll call.
We'll be definitely.
I'm sure all the commissioners will be coming by to see you and probably touring our district with you. I know I will.
Yes,
Not
sir.
a problem.
And this will be effective tomorrow, so
Okay,
y'all
okay.
feel free to call them effective today, as far as I'm concerned.
Mr.
You got me.
Register, what's the phone number you gonna be having? Same one?
I'm not sure if I'll keep the same one or.
I think we'll
because-
keep the same one.
Okay. It'll still
Yeah, I don't want to.
What's that number?
850-573-1004.
Just call me.
And if
Thank
that
you.
changes, we'll let you know. I also wanted to just share with the board that we're really close on the assistant as well. I just wanted, obviously, Jeffrey to get the review who has applied. We do have a candidate that has a lot of great project management background, but I would like his input on that. So that will be his assistant, and we'll look at his direction on that.
Right.
And then also the fleet services manager position has closed, and so that's the first order of business is for him to take a look at those applications and get that rolling as well.
All right.
And you're gonna be acting as my supervisor until I get one, right?
Still, I'm gonna have more than one hat. I hope I have more than one.
There you
Very good.
Congratulations.
We look forward to
Congratulations.
working with
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
And, okay, you want to go ahead and do the,
Yeah, David, Melvin's item on the CDBG CV.
Good morning.
Morning, David.
Good morning. As a part of some of the COVID funding, there's a project out that's called CDBG CV. We've got PDs, DRs, and HUMGPs, but this is CDBG CV. The applications due October 30th, and for the small cities and local governments in the state set aside $42 million for that. And the purpose of this COVID CDBG is to respond to COVID-related issues, if there's any improvements or things that you can better do to prepare or result of COVID. So the state has designated $42 million for these 200 or so small cities and counties. But each local government gets to apply for one of those applications, and then working with staff and Jackson Hospital is interested in or requesting that the school, that the Jackson County consider using that one application to assist Jackson Hospital in some improvements with the project that's in the $2 to $3 million range. And with that, I'll let Brooke tell you a little bit about the project.
Good morning, I'm Brooke Donaldson. I'm the CEO since July 1st at Jackson Hospital, but have been there for about 25 years. What this project would do it would basically prepare a pandemic wing. So you've seen any pictures of any hospital, you've seen the plastic sheets go up to create negative pressure wings in hospitals. This would allow us to create an entire floor of negative pressure rooms, so they could be transferred from negative pressure to positive pressure depending on the needs of the patient. So obviously a much better situation for the patients, for our staff. It's a much better situation, takes care of our staff, takes care of any visitors in the hospital, because it does allow those infectious diseases to be contained in that patient room. So what we would like to do is, right now we have, they're called isolation rooms or negative pressure rooms, several on each floor. Patients with tuberculosis, there's a number of infectious disease that are required to be put in isolation. This would actually turn our third floor, every room could be an isolation room, if you will, to better prepare for pandemics. If you go by now, you will see that there are sheets of plywood in most of the windows. That is because we have had to put scrubbers, they're called air scrubbers, in the room to create a negative pressure room. So you have to be able to vent it out the window. So we had to remove the windows and then put in sheets of plywood. That is not the best case scenario, but it's very typical of hospitals right now. So this would allow some renovations to the HVAC system to better be prepared to take care of those patients in a pandemic surge.
how many rooms do you have?
So we have 19 rooms on the third floor, and during the surge, we had doubled up a lot of those rooms. So if you remember the hospital, one side of the hospital is definitely, when it was built, was for double capacity, so we can put 2 patients easily in those rooms. Then the other side are kind of our private rooms, what were private rooms, those are a little more difficult. So we can surge up to actually double up capacity of those rooms when we need to. So would give us, close to 40 patient rooms that we could put.
So you're just going to create negative pressure in the individual rooms or the entire floor?
It would be the individual rooms, so they would be able to be used for positive pressure patients as well. So you can actually switch these rooms from negative pressure to positive pressure. So instead of having an entire wing where you have to put up the plastic to create negative pressure, and then it is not the best situation for staff. Obviously, everybody's kind of done what we had to do in the last 18 months, but it would allow us to be able to care for COVID patients on the same floor that we're caring for our typical progressive care patients.
Will this money give you enough to do what you need to do?
Yes, it will.
And that's $3 million, David?
It'll be in the $2 to $3 million range. And so a little bit, so this is, if you approve, considering their application, the county will have a first public hearing, and you have a second public hearing. So you'll make a final decision at your next commission meeting with a final public hearing. At that time, we'll have the budget honed down, but it'll be in the $2 to $3 million range on that. The engineers are still working on the final estimate on that.
Is there a time frame when we have to have this in?
It's due November the 1st, so the anticipation is you'll take final action at your next commission meeting. We'll have a public hearing, and then you'll get presented the full report of exactly what the application is, and you'll take action at your next.
Any questions?
I got a question.
Go ahead, Paul.
First of all, I think as a community, this is certainly very important to do this to the hospital, provide this service to the community. My question is once, if you're successful in getting the funds through this application process, this will allow you to remove the individual scrubbers and then remove the plywood as well?
It will. It will. Which if you have been in those rooms, it absolutely works. But it's a machine. It creates some noise. So when the physician goes in to talk to the patient, to talk to the family, obviously there's some noise that's created by that scrubber. So, we had some initial concerns with the physicians about the noise.
Commissioner Hill?
Yeah, so David, on this application, if we apply for it November 1 or by November 1, what kind of timeframe or expectations do we have for acknowledgement of it and the implementation of it?
Yeah, so this grant's handled by the Department of Economic Opportunity, and they're pretty inundated with a lot of grants, but they have typically probably 6 to 8 weeks after the applications are submitted. The governor's been making an announcement on who has received the funding. And they've taken longer than that to get contracts to you and get moving, but you usually know in 6 to 8 weeks is what I kind of expect. He's pretty driven to make sure we're getting money out as quickly as possible. So that's what.
Commissioner Pate, did you have a question?
Yes, David, for the HVAC system, would the third floor be on a separate HVAC?
So yeah, and I've got our engineering director who has definitely got more details about the actual system. But yes, so what that would do is basically go in and change the HVAC. What it does is take the air in those rooms and it puts it through a filter, obviously to stop the spread of infectious disease before it is then recirculated.
Any more questions? All those in favor of approving this, raise your
Have a
hand.
motion.
Oh, I thought. All right,
I
get
I
it.
make
make
a
a
motion.
motion. Well, I'll second.
All right, got a motion by Commissioner McKinney, second by Commissioner Pate to approve this. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 4-1.
And I have to abstain, my wife works for y'all, so I just.
And that's
For the record.
fine. Thank y'all for your help. And just so you know, through this, we took care of, we had 877 inpatient COVID patients, which ended up being over about 6,500 patient days, because if you've known anybody in the hospital with COVID, it's a pretty long length of stay. So the other thing this does is when we pull that plywood out, there is absolutely no window in that room, which is not really what we would like for our patients. So this will also get them some sunlight back in their room for their long length of
Improve their
stay.
feelings anyway.
Absolutely, absolutely. So
Go ahead.
thank you.
Commissioner Page.
My wife was in there for 7 days. Thanks for taking care of her and sending her back to the house.
A lot of positive comments.
Absolutely.
Thank you so
Chairman-
much.
Chairman, real quick, this does preclude us from being able to apply for one of these grants. This precludes the Jackson County Board of County Commissioners from being able to apply for one of these type of grants, correct?
That's right. There's just a one-shot opportunity.
Again, I think it's a good
Oh, yeah,
trade-off
yeah, no doubt.
for us
Yeah.
to allow Jackson Hospital to apply for these.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And when we're talking with staff looking at the opportunities, I mean, this one fits the bill of exactly what this program
Sure.
is intended to. Some other jurisdictions trying to stretch what they can use it for, and they get funded in it. But this is what this money is intended to do.
Right.
Thank
Okay.
you again. I look
Thank y'all.
You're
forward to
welcome,
working
and
with
if
you all.
y'all want to leave now, feel free.
Thank you.
Trying to get seated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Hunter Potts.
Not yet.
So you're gonna have to suffer through some more. Dave,
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
good morning.
The first item I have for you is requesting the board adoption of a new market tax credits resolution. This is in furtherance of the project for the Autism Transition Academy.
Page one.
Page 1. Okay, do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion, but I have a question in just a second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Donifro.
On this, Hunter, what kind of time frame in the future will this be as far as,
Go ahead.
I didn't know if y'all were
Sorry.
communicating, sorry about that.
Sorry.
Anyway, what kind of time frame are we looking on the future projects on those?
I think the better person to speak to that would be David Melvin. I don't want to put him on the spot here, but he would know better than I would in terms of what we have going up.
David, you want to come
He
back
just
up?
stepped out. This question was, what is the time frame on future projects at Endeavor?
You know, we started this project back in February, so it's had some delays and hiccups, which is anything to do with growing, but in the future with this resolution, I just want to make sure that, and I put in my notes, a time frame. I mean, we've got some interesting business and I don't want to drug out.
Yeah. So, boy, that's an all-encompassing
Sure.
kind of question there. So the autism renovations, of course, the autism development program, you've hired a staff director, Tammy Dasher, and boy, is she doing a great job and hitting the ground. Will Ann and Tammy went out to Phoenix to view their facilities and first place and really get up to speed with that. The construction is about to start on the renovation out there at the facility, and in fact, kind of already started some of that type of work. The new market tax credit that you're talking about here will give us an extra $650,000 or so to be able to use related to the autism program out there. And that group is pushing fast to close on it. Probably in about 3 or 4 weeks, they're pushing for a closing. There's a lot of activity on that. And so you obtain that funding. The museum, we just went down and presented on that, and we moved from about rank 24 to 3rd on that, and that'll be subject to whatever the legislature appropriates this year, because we're $1.5 million down on it. So if that gets approved, that'll be a fast-coming process. We're waiting any day, the CDBG DR, which was the gym and the shelter and all like that, those have been turned in. They've asked questions, and the county's provided some responses to those questions. I would guess we're probably 3 or 4 weeks away from the governor making an announcement on that funding there to be able to start on that. We still have about $2 million left in job growth grant funds that will pave the Endeavor Boulevard and open up the other entrance and pave that and you know, do the last of the infrastructure improvements out there, try to get electricity in most of the places, extend the water lines and all like that. We've got to bid that out. That's, so we've got kind of holding that to see where everything kind of shook out on that. The Blue Sky project, still working with our friend from the north to finalize some of that. The city has bid out Mashburn Road. It came in $700,000 over budget, but we're going to proceed with reducing the scale on that. We talked to DEO and the Rural Infrastructure Fund. They said we can give you the $700,000. That's what they told the city, and Willan and Jim were on the phone on that. But apply again in this next cycle, which that next cycle is opening end of this month. But we can go ahead and proceed with the construction and ask for the $700,000 shortfall on that.
Commissioner Pake?
When I was looking at this resolution, can you explain what the 40.2 acres is?
Yeah. So to, and I can give you a map of that. To capture, you kind of have to do matching funds in these new market tax credits. So we want to take credit for all the demolition dollars and everything we did. So we had to, it's basically an area that goes around the school, goes down Endeavor Boulevard and picks those up, goes down, picks up the gym and the chimney area and comes back across, because we have to show that the match money that we're counting was spent in that area.
That area. Okay, we don't have a map.
It really doesn't affect too much other than we had to define an area to be able to count the match money.
It's not going to affect
What we want.
what we can do and what we
Right,
can't do.
right. I mean, there'll be a little bit of, and Michelle can answer those questions a lot better. Releasing it to yourself and all like that, so you may have to give permission to yourself to do some things, but it sets up, if we get this funding for the gym shelter, I think the intent is turn around and go after a new market tax credit for that would add another $1 million to it, or any of the other projects that happen in that area, but they can happen outside that area, but it provides a vehicle that we've already kind of vetted that area in it.
Okay. Where are we on our housing 320 acres on that drawing, with the drawings? Do you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's somewhere on my desk. It's in there. We've jumped on and we got another good opportunity on housing to present to you later, but yeah, no, it's actually getting designed and all like that. We should have something, a master plan. We kind of had a master plan to begin with, and we should have
Well, we can't
a better one.
We can't do anything
sooner.
until we get that in the survey, right?
Right, right.
Any type of time frame?
Yeah, so we're ready.
Yeah, it could have been finished 2 or 3 weeks ago, so in the next 2 or 3 weeks
Okay.
on it. We actually have some land planners from Tampa that do big subdivisions, just doing the layout for us. And so I'll check with them, and they've been working on it for a while, so I know.
I want to go ahead and ask that while you was up there, because I know we'd have it today, that question.
Anything else for Mr. Melvin?
Question.
Go ahead, Bob.
Of course, there's an awful lot going on out at Endeavor, and I know that Commissioner McKinney and I are maybe a little bit handicapped as far as understanding the holistic picture of everything that's going on out there. But I guess my question would be, with the autism construction getting ready to get started, and that being planned to be completed within roughly 6 months, the paving of the boulevard, the two-lane road, is the engineering completed on that, David, so that we could put that out to bid?
It is. I mean, I need to put about a week's worth of work in it to finalize it and make it a biddable. So all the design and everything's complete.
So are we waiting for, is there a specific time that you want to put that out to bid in conjunction with the autism center that we're waiting on, I guess, or?
Yeah, 3 or 4 weeks ago.
We probably need to make sure, look, we got all the water and sewer, everything lined up.
We
We
do,
don't mess
we
up.
do. We got it all. We just need to pull the trigger on putting it out for bids.
But that would all be one package, I would say.
Yeah, one package. Correct.
And then the dining hall, the $500,000 that we might be in line to get through, that's a cultural arts grant.
Right.
Of course, that doesn't take care of the entire cost of that. If we were successful in getting that, I would assume there would be some timelines associated with spending those dollars. Where would the remainder of those funds come from in order to at least get the shell of that done, or to complete the entire museum project?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. So the arch grant that we're ranked third for is $500,000 to go with $500,000 of TDC that you pledged to it. And that's to pretty much do the shell, put a new roof on the facility, also better than I do, windows, secure the facility, and stretch those dollars as much as we can. I think that gives us a good opportunity to go back to the arts grant program and tell them, you've invested $500,000, but you need another $500,000 for the next phase, because a lot of their projects are
So the
phased like that.
The first phase will be essentially just to get the shell of the building in
right.
good shape, and then.
Yeah, and so we turn around and apply like that. You know, remember the Russ House, had the fun of being the chairman of that committee for 7 years. And that's what we went through is grant cycle 1, get the sprinkler system, and then grant cycle 2, 7 years it took to get that. Hopefully we'll move a lot faster on this.
Mr. Pate?
But I think there was some discussion too, that we don't have to build out the whole museum inside
Correct.
at one time. We can build half of it, get it open, and then we'll get money to expand it, so.
Correct.
Anything else, Mr. Melvin? Okay.
Mr. Melvin, what's the typical grant cycle? What's the typical time for the cultural grant cycle?
They do them every year. Last year, they didn't fund any because of COVID and some issues like that, but they do them every year. And so a little bit of it, so if the legislature appropriates money, then you get that money July 1st. And I think we would be geared up to bid that job right then, July 1st, and it would take us probably a 6 or 8 month, maybe a little bit longer process to do that construction. You hope that you could finish that one out quick enough to be eligible to apply again. They won't let you apply again if you still got one open. So that would be our motivation, try to finish that one fast enough to hit the next year cycle. Otherwise, you go into the every other year cycle.
All right. Thank you, David. Honor?
These are,
So this next item is,
did we vote on that?
no, you didn't vote on that.
We did?
Yeah.
No.
We have
We
not.
did.
I make a motion to, adopt the resolution. Did we?
We motion a second, and we have a question.
Okay, that's fine. We had voted.
All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, Hunter.
Okay, so this next request is asking for your approval and on adoption of signature resolution for economic development agreement with Sheehan Sunder LLC. So this is the project you guys approved a couple months ago for an economic development agreement to give land to this company so that they can build a business on that property. So this is requesting that that on that more subordination request, the county is further down on the position of the mortgage. So that limits us in being able to, take back our assets in case of there's a default in that loan. And it's based on our advice to neighbors given, you can read the resolution and the subordination request there. If you have any questions, I can.
I've got a question. In the event that the developer, I'm going to call him the developer, Mr. Sham, defaults on this, and we were further down, then the mortgage company would acquire that property. Is that correct?
That's the risk, yes.
And at that point in time, what would the position be of the mortgage company with that property? Would they try to, of course, we don't have a crystal ball, but would they try to sell it? Would they?
I would imagine they would foreclose on the property, and if there were any surplus proceeds of the foreclosure sale, then this board's lien would be paid out of that surplus.
So why wouldn't we just do a surety bond on the property? So if they foreclose on the property, or then we made whole through maybe a surety or surety bond? Could that surety bond work in that situation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is it possible?
I can explore that option. I've never done that.
Who would get the surety bond?
That'd be the county, wouldn't it?
You would be the beneficiary.
I just know that in financing that, you know, sometimes you get a situation where you're a second mortgage holder, then it takes time. And again, this is the same situation as before, is that we're getting into a situation that you go to a lender from a commercial side and you say, they've given me this property, but it still has a first mortgage holder on it. And then the banks will say, I had to be the second one. And then sometimes, obviously, in the federal situation, it's not that bad of an issue on SBA loans and such as that. But if you get into a private lender, which most majority are, you know, for this type of construction, then you get into a situation they don't want to do the application because of the existing note already attached to the property.
Right. And this arrangement is really akin to like your SHIP program,
Sure.
where the debt is forgiven over a period of time. So I think that would probably complicate that situation a little bit more.
Any questions?
We're just approving this one, not for the future development, though, right? This is just from this individual.
This is an individual request.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the request.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Pate to approve this request. Is there a second by Commissioner Hill? At some point, Hunter, you're going to have to read the resolution.
Those ordinances, gotta read this. Do I have to read it?
Page 14.
All right.
Read it.
All right, I'll read it. Resolution of Jackson County, Florida, approving the conveyance of county property as an economic development incentive, authorizing the chairman of the Board of County Commissioners to execute and deliver closing documents and providing an effective date.
Okay, you got a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 3-2.
Right.
Okay. McKinney and Donifro. All right, consent agenda items. Has everyone had an opportunity to review them?
I move that we approve the consent agenda items.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Pate, second by Commissioner Donifro to approve the consent agenda items. Any questions? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. Okay. Jana Williams.
Well, I just want to introduce Jana real quick for you guys. So ARPC requested that we I give this letter of support to them for their grant application. So I'll just go ahead and just let you go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
Morning.
The ARPC has been hard at work on a proposal for the U.S. Department of Commerce's Economic Development Administration's Build Back Better Regional Challenge grant under the American Rescue Plan Act funding. The purpose of the grant is to develop or grow a regional industry cluster. Industry clusters are a collection of related businesses, sub-industries, educational institutions, et cetera, that are geographically close to each other with aligned interests, and the proximity and alignment give the entities a competitive advantage. The focus of our regional grant covers the advanced manufacturing and logistics industry cluster, with a focus on linkages to traded agricultural technology, forestry and wood projects, and industrial hemp and its use across manufacturing, logistics, ag tech, shipping, and wood project industries. With feedback from our partners and stakeholders, we've compiled a collection of 6 to 7 projects and will be submitting a phase 1 concept proposal, which is due on October 19th. Some of the projects include a work development training program related to transportation logistics, and diesel mechanics, a food fish fiber hub with rural catalyst sites, a revolving loan fund for the region, an intermodal logistics center, some railroad improvements that we're pairing with FDOT to identify right now, and hemp processing research and development. So the, if awarded, up to $500,000 in planning funds will be given to projects ready for implementation and work for the phase 2 application. So for this phase 1 application that we're submitting, 50 to 60 regions will get chosen, and then we will finalize and prepare implementation plans as our phase 2 application, and then 20 to 30 of those regions will be awarded. So it's a phase 2 process. I mean, 2-phase process. We're working on phase 1. The application is due October 19th, and we are currently asking for letters of support from our county partners and stakeholders.
Got a motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner McKinney. Is Jackson County in one of those regions?
Yes, sir, it is.
Or do you have any projects in mind for Jackson County?
We do. We are, we're looking specifically at developing some type of hemp processing research and development here in Jackson County. We're still in the planning phases of that.
He knew them answers.
I sit on the board.
I know. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
all those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Janet.
I appreciate it.
Okay, Chief Bruner.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
All right. First item we have is request for board approval of grant match funds to the City of Cottonelle Volunteer Fire Department amount of $7,500 to match.
Got a motion by Commissioner McKinney, second by Commissioner Fate. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0.
Danielle wanted me to add on there, that was a request that was supposed to be for fiscal year 2021. Just to note that on the motion.
Your motion still
Yes,
remains.
still,
everybody?
yes.
Okay, thank you, Charlie.
Because they applied last year, they haven't let them know yet.
And I was, it got lost in my
He
inbox.
got lost
Okay.
in his
Oh, okay.
inbox.
Well, there's some more.
I own that one.
Yeah.
I own that one.
There's others that has applied that have got them, so we'll be coming back. We're good.
Okay,
All right. Next one, this is a request for board approval of the 2021-2022 fire interlocal agreements with the amounts that were in your agenda packet, and there were no changes from last year.
Question, Chairman. Again, this is just because I'm new, but Malone Bascom, $40,000.
Yes,
Is that because, is that two separate buildings?
they were two individual departments, and due to personnel volunteer numbers, they were unable to sustain two separate departments, so they combined. The town of Malone took over that department, and so they combined resources and volunteers, manpower together, probably about 6 or 7 years ago.
Does that still comply with the intent of our
Yes, sir.
interlocal agreements?
Yes, sir. The interlocal agreement at the time that they combined was updated to reflect that. Yes,
I'm
sir.
making a motion with it, said it due to the, on the map changes need to be addressed, Charlie, so subject to the maps being addressed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
So moved.
got a motion by
Second.
Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Fate. What mouth are we talking about?
Maps, Charlie's on.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Hill and I had a meeting yesterday, and we discussed the maps that are in this packet reflect 2.5 mile and 5 mile radiuses from the fire station centers.
Mhm.
And it doesn't, the maps that aren't here don't accurately depict the response zones in the 911 system. So we're gonna get GIS department to print out individual zones for their response zones, and we'll enter that into the record with these interlocal agreements.
Okay, very good. All right, all those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. Charlie, I think the next one's yours also.
Yes, sir. This is a request for board approval to apply for the 2021 Florida Forest Service Fire Grant. This is a 50-50 matching grant for a total amount of, would be $24,400, with the Division of Forestry giving $12,200.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Hill,
Second.
second by Commissioner McKinney. Is that in the budget? That 12,000?
The 12,200, there were some remaining Hurricane Michael insurance funds to pay for turnout gear, and talking with Hunter and Danielle, she said that instead of just purchasing equipment, the funds, we could use these funds to match a grant to get even more equipment.
Okay,
I do have one question for you, Charlie.
Yes,
I
sir.
noticed this is a volunteer grant.
Yes,
They
sir.
allow y'all to do that do they allow y'all to use match for equipment that we spoke about yesterday? With this same thing, since obviously they're allowing you to do it through a volunteer thing, but can y'all participate in that match for the vehicles?
For the vehicles,
Yeah, the percentage
that
of the
would be
grant.
under the state fire marshal's office. That's not under FDAX.
Right.
And so the fire marshal's grant, they're not allowing
Okay.
us to apply for, but the forestry grant, they
do.
will.
Okay, that's great. That's good. Thank y'all.
all right, all those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries. 5-0. Okay, next one's yours, Charlie.
This is a request for board approval to purchase the bunker gear and helmets off of a contract pricing, Lake County contract pricing from MES, contingent upon receiving the grant.
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Pate. You said contingent upon receiving the grant.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Where will the 10% match come from, which is $70,000? Is it,
Oh,
is that
well,
budgeted?
We budgeted.
Budgeted?
well, this is for the fire gear and the helmets. This item that we're talking about now, that 12,200 would come from the Hurricane Michael insurance fund.
no, but the 70,000 match to this.
Oh, that's the next item.
Yeah.
That's item 8.
Yeah.
Item 7 is request to purchase it for the Florida Forest Service grant.
Yeah, and we just had a motion to approve it in a second.
To apply for the application.
Oh, the application.
Yes, sir. And the
And
next
his
item-
question is, where you gonna get $70,000 to match it?
So that's for the FEMA AFG grant, and that was budgeted for in the budget
That's what I thought.
process.
All right, all those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0.
Hold on. You got it?
Go ahead.
Item 7, somehow we.
Yeah,
I was skipping
No.
ahead.
He went, no. We approved 7,
Yeah, we approved that. We haven't. approved
then we
that.
approved 8.
Nope.
No, we haven't approved that. Seven's the
Yeah,
last one. we
I
voted
actually
on.
skipped ahead to number 8.
6 was approval to apply for the application.
Man, stay with me. All right. On item 8, is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Got a motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Donifro. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. Didn't change.
No.
All right, now, item 9.
9. Last one I'll have for you today. This is a request for board approval and authorize the chairman to sign the RRCC incumbent worker agreement with COM-IT. The State Bureau of EMS received a federal grant to host a critical care paramedic course in the rural counties. One will be held here in our county, and there is no cost to this agreement or for our paramedics to attend this course.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Pate, second by Commissioner Hill. Any questions? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. Rhett Daniels,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
yes, sir. We'll get through it.
Morning, board.
Morning.
Morning.
A couple of requests for you here today. Start off with is approval to purchase 3 more Max brush cutters off Florida Sheriff's Association contract. I always mess that up. And this is a budgeted item, and I got an updated quote last week on the 3 units, and it is under the budgeted amount, so we're good to go.
And the amount,
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Pate, second by Commissioner Hill.
the amount requested, the 582,755 is the correct amount.
Yes, sir.
And these, I think I asked this last time, but I got confirmation, but these are the units that were displayed or demonstrated out at the Road and Bridge
That's
several
correct.
months ago.
Yep, that's right.
What type of heads are you getting?
They'll be the standard, people call them different
Flail.
things, but just a
Okay.
standard bush hog head with the short blade.
And how long before you receive the
looking like mid-December right now.
Okay, all those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion
I have a
carries.
question. Red line for these 3 units, how are they gonna be distributed throughout the county?
So to start off with, we're gonna do them by the, amount of miles per district. The ones with the most mileage will have the new machines.
And I understand that the other 4 are back up and running, is that correct?
You said the ones with the most mileage will have the new machines,
Mhm.
so the rest of them's gonna get the old machines?
Well, the 3 are going to the ones with the most highway mileage, center line mileage, because they would have the most work to do, assumingly. And then the others will have the older machine that typically work in that district.
Okay, when are them 4 gonna be fixed?
Well, one of them was, the 2 with the tires are back up and running, so we got 3 running right now. We had one, had an incident last week, busted out a piece of glass, so it's in the shop waiting on a door to come in. I don't know when that's gonna be back, I mean, we had to order from John Deere to get that put back together.
First of all, Clint, Red, we should do by complaints. I mean, every one of us has got complaints.
Mhm.
So we gotta take care of complaints first.
But that's pretty equal, to be honest with you. I mean, everybody.
Yeah.
knows
This
brush
time of year, everybody's gonna get them because the brush is grown out and
For
the
clarification,
weeds
though,
are out. But anyway,
for clarification, these are primarily used to maintain county-maintained paved roads.
Correct.
and dirt.
Salt.
And
Yeah,
dirt
dirt
roads.
roads.
Yeah,
I-
oh,
I-
yeah.
oh,
Some, so the way I had envisioned is, when we have the off season with our full-time mowers, is we're gonna give them a couple, they have their own machine, John Deere with the saw blade, buzz saw is what we call it. So they'll have that and probably 2 of the other ones, they'll be primarily focusing on, back slopes, behind guardrails, stuff like that, and actual brush cutting on the right of way will be done with the new machines in the, wherever
All right.
needed.
Okay,
Now, we didn't finish our vote. What's your vote?
I vote for.
Okay, that makes it 5-0.
Yeah, just Red, y'all, whoever's in charge, obviously the new guy, whatever. So make sure those complaints get done first. I mean, I could care less about the ones that haven't been at this point, but we've got people that's been waiting
Oh,
for
yeah.
months
Oh, yeah.
to get something done that they have not done.
Yeah, we
That's
got,
what
we got a
gonna be
list
done.
of them.
I
And,
got some that haven't been done in 7 years.
And
That's
the
right.
experience level for us, your operators.
Mhm.
We need to make sure that they've got some experienced
Yeah,
operators.
so the same
Well, they
operators
stay
that were
tore
in the old
Stay
ones will
tore
transition to the new machines.
Right.
And then we'll use the old machines as training apparatus for some new operators. But yeah,
Alright.
that will
Yeah,
be attended to.
when I said 7 years, the reason why is we have problems with them, keeping them going, they stay tore up.
Right.
So, I got 200 and something miles of dirt roads and then plus the paved roads and so does everybody else. So
Right,
it's tough. We get more calls on brush than we do actual dirt roads.
absolutely.
That, Chairman, that leads
Especially-
me to a question, and that gets to the new software.
Okay.
When will that be implemented, and when will we have some training on that?
So we have compiled our data from our old PubWorks system and sent that to iWorks, which will be our new implementation. So they are in the process of building our program based on our existing data. So we're implementing employee information, mileage, we're doing, our equipment, all that kind of stuff is being built into it. I don't have a launch date on it yet, but I do know it is actively being built for Jackson County at this time.
So as a commissioner, if I get a call that, I need my brush cut on
Mhm.
4th Street, then once this software gets implemented and we have access to it, then I can basically input that request
That's
into
right.
that system, and you'll be aware of it.
And the
That's right.
citizen will know a time frame. That's crucial because right now we're sticking a hand in a drum that don't have a bottom to it. It's endless.
Right.
I mean, it's endless. And
Yeah.
so it's just, we need to know, when that citizen needs to be able to calculate,
Mhm.
when that kind of complaint come in, when it's gonna be completed.
Yeah,
No.
so there'll be a
Weekend,
timestamp
whatever
for
it
each
is.
section.
Yeah.
So there'll be,
All right.
or 2 cents, well, he's ready to move on, so.
Well, I got, on the brush cutting, you can't load that thing up and go to each complaint. If not, you will never.
Well, we
get
gotta
it
get the
done.
complaints first. though.
You'll never get it done then, because, what
Well-
I'm saying is, they gotta be in an area and finish it, or
Well,
you'll never get
I
it
agree
done.
somewhat, but again, if you've got people that's been waiting for months, in your case,
Yeah, but we still ain't got it done, that's what happens. If
but
you
I
go
hate
to
to know
jumping,
yeah.
go to jumping around, you will never get it done.
I think we need to catch up first.
Yeah, well, that's why we need all,
And with the influx of machines, we'll have a lot
Well,
more
we'll
working
have
at a time. That'll really
7 or
cut
8
down
now.
the,
Yeah, but how many
let's shoot
people
the
you
hot
got?
spots and then we can get on.
How many people do you have pre-December do you have to actually work on these? Do we have people to go to the brush cutters now?
We have them staffed for our 4 main ones, and then, like I said, by December, when the bush hogging, the right-of-way bush hogging comes down, we'll have those tractor operators that'll be able to transition to brush cutters.
Well, I'd like to see a list of those complaints. I want that generated for me, so we know where those are.
Okay.
In my district, the other ones can get them if they so choose, but I want to know where my complaints are, so just produce that for me.
Don't worry about mine, it's all over.
Yeah, I got brush on the white line 3 different places on my way home.
I know.
I got some past the white line.
All right, so we beat the brush, okay.
No, not yet. Yeah.
All right, next up is similar item, board approval to purchase 2 mini excavators from Thompson Cat through the Florida Sheriff's Association contract.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Got a motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Pate
With
with
a
a
question,
question.
with a question. Make sure they have the rubber inserts.
So steel track, rubber
Rubber insert,
insert,
absolutely.
push blade,
Yeah.
got all that.
And why aren't we getting 4?
Yeah, didn't we, approve 4?
We did. So
why
you
2?
approved the budget number for 4 units at the base unit. But now that we can get 4, I think it'd be more beneficial to get the next size up with the additional hydraulic pump. That way we could put a mulching head or a different type of machine head on it to do more stuff. So we hadn't got all that worked out yet.
How big are the ones you're preparing to purchase?
As far as weight,
Yes,
they're in the 23,000 pound range. That's what we were sticking to, so we could transport them on the squad trucks that we have without having to move the low boy around.
what will those trailers carry? Do they haul the backhoe?
They're 40,000 pound trailers, somewhere in that neighborhood. I don't know what the trailer weight is. It's probably 10, so
Well, we need to get,
you probably got 6,000 pounds to spare, give or take.
we need as large as we can get, and we definitely want the additional hydraulic flow.
Right, so, when this budget was approved for these, I wasn't available, unfortunately. But, my intent was to get 2 and really kind of see if they were gonna be beneficial. We went with the 4 route, but I think we'd be better served to do the 2 on the, the 308s, which is kind of the standard base model. And then 2 of the 309, which is the next size up, that's got the additional hydraulic capacity to work other utility heads.
So what's the cost difference?
$20,000 per unit
Lot more for the larger units?
for the next
So
size
is that
up.
gonna
But
The
now-
actual
That's
head
the budget.
itself is
Yeah, I'd
tens
say-
of thousands of dollars.
That's outside of the
Well, that's
budget.
why I was wondering, when we
That's
vote on 4, and then you get 2, and then you're gonna go higher, is it gonna fit in the budget?
No, it won't. That's
Well,
why we
then,
kind of
What do
recalculate.
we,
We're gonna make it work. That's what we're gonna do.
The thought was before y'all invested in 4, because he was unable to come at those last budget hearings and present the idea of the 2 different sizes. Get the 2 rolling, so something's being ordered, and then he'll bring the complete thought back with the numbers. And then if y'all say, no, we don't want to do that, we can order the other 2.
And these 2 are sitting in Panama City. So
I'd say they're,
yeah.
The next size step up other than 308.
309 is the,
309.
the model number, and it's, like $24,000 more for that unit. So
But is it?
But it
do
has
more?
the hydraulic flow.
does it do more?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, when we invest 100+ thousand on X, and we put 24 mile, and we get Z, and Z will do a lot more, and we have only the difference of the capital of 24,000 apiece.
Right.
I don't know, are we hurting ourselves by buying the cheaper base model?
You looking at doing all 4 of the bigger ones?
No. I don't know if that's
I
what you need.
just didn't know if you're investing that much.
Well, I want
money.
one of the bigger ones.
Well, so
But
my
that's
intent
your
was to
simple
have
drive,
one
right?
of each east side, one of each west side, and then depending on what the task for the day is, they can,
What, will it have a hydraulic thumb on it?
yes, they will have hydraulic thumbs. All of them will have that.
Okay.
But the 309s will have the available hydraulic capacity to run, the high flow head. that
Yeah,
we're-
the mulching head.
That's right.
Yeah, but is that thing heavy enough to handle one of those mulching heads?
Yes, sir.
Why
So,
won't we get a brush cutting? With them not
so we
serving the
got
brush.
that much to cut.
Plus, we have 4 units up soon, 3 now, and one's got a tire issue, and we switch one of those and get 2 of the big ones, and we've done ourselves a favor, now we got 7, right? We'd have the 3 excavators, the 309s, and then we'd have the 4 brush cutters.
Right.
You'd have the mulching, you put the
You'd have
mulching head
a
on
bids
it.
on those, I mean, you have.
But I went to Washington County and looked at a small excavator with a mulching head. make sure that you go and look at one, make them demonstrate it, because I wouldn't run that one in Washington County.
Okay,
I didn't consider it safe.
okay.
So how large of a hill we should, this,
They're
How large
probably
are
a
they?
36 inch.
or are they gonna be fastened to one of the tractors?
Yeah. It would be, probably. All right,
Let's do this. We're having a meeting after this one, correct?
we do.
Let's, give me some time. I'll suspend my motion. I want to suspend it just to table this until the next meeting.
I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hill to table this, second by Commissioner McKinney. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0.
So the 2-week meeting.
No, just the meeting after
Today.
this.
We have another meeting
Oh, okay.
following this.
We'll just I just want to get some more information.
All right, no problem.
All right, Rhett?
Yes, sir. So, one of the last meetings, I believe, was asked to come back with some reports on the beaver trapping situation with USDA through the APHIS program.
Mhm.
And, I didn't attach the individual reports, but he's averaging about 9 beavers per week of work, each time he comes. Which, like I said last time, that time in between his trips is really where we're getting behind. So,
Where's he going?
All the way to Pensacola.
No, in the county.
all over, really all over Ken's. I mean, I could name a pile of them, but he's covering county line to county line based on the information that we provide to him. A lot of hot spots, and then he'll hop on a new one whenever we have an issue.
Where do we get the information from? Just landowners that
District
call?
supervisors. These are directly related to road issues. Yeah, these ain't coming from private citizens. This is APHIS directly to the county. So anyway, averaging about 9 beavers per trip. And, what I talked with them about, because we do have that intermittent visits, is what it would take to have more visits per year. And they come back with a few numbers based on, hiring a full-time, part-time, four-time trapper. And, my intent was to partner with Washington County, I believe I stated that at last meeting, and maybe share a part-time employee trapper, at a split cost for the quarter amount. So this information has been provided, to Washington County. I haven't heard back yet. But regardless of that, we could make a decision and they'd be willing to move forward. Now, depending on what we wanted to do, it could be, next calendar year before they could get something implemented. Because they would have to go through the USDA hiring process. They'd have to get the equipment. They'd provide their own transportation. USDA would provide a government vehicle for this employee. So it'd be a few months before it could roll out, but, our options are basically, as stated here, for, a full-time, beaver trapper, 80 hours, 12 months, $84,000. Part-time, half of that, 42, and then quarter time would be the 24,319, and that would be basically for 3 months of work that we could space out consistently, rather than have 1 week a quarter. Basically, I mean, we're getting a month of work right now, so it would triple what we're currently getting.
I'm in the wrong business.
You must not have no beavers.
I got plenty of beavers.
Well.
So how many trips per year are they making here now?
About 4 or 5 weeks total, so once a quarter-ish, somewhere in there.
And we're only getting 9 beavers for $8,300.
That's the average. Yep.
Expensive.
Yeah.
Lucrative business for the beaver hunter.
Well, you look at what they're asking for a full-time, $84,000.
That wouldn't be, I wouldn't recommend that option personally.
I'm just,
They won't do it on a per call basis, like we have a call on.
Not through this program, no. Because you don't know where he's gonna be.
let me ask this, are
We don't have
beavers,
a call, we got piles of calls on beavers.
are beavers protected anyway?
Not that I'm aware.
So they're a nuisance, so you can shoot them year round.
I'm not, I can't answer the legality of
Well, I need to know.
Okay.
Either Game and Fish says you can shoot them year round or
I-
trap
yeah.
them year round.
I don't know if they have a, like an annual permit that people would give. I mean, if you got a trapping permit.
What if
per
we-
bear, I know that much, but out as far as seasons and all that kind of stuff, I'm not familiar.
Well, the ones that he's trapping, he's not turning them loose to swim. They're dead. So either you trap him and kill
You
him or
better
you
not
shoot
be
him.
turning them loose somewhere else.
So we got, and these things are a real nuisance, especially in my area where you got all the drainage ditches. They stop every one of them. We went on Neal Road and cut the road, and the next night they had beaver dams across it. It's a problem. I'm wondering if we could do better, get some locals, pay them a bounty to go trap beavers.
Find out about it.
There is one in Washington County that does it.
They do gators that way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but that's a little different. You gotta have permits.
Can
and all
you-
that stuff.
I know it's just kicking the can.
I knew whatever you asked me to do.
Can we look to see
Just
if,
table it till next board meeting.
yeah,
So we can
if
find
there
out.
is a
Table it.
possibility we could institute some sort of a bounty on beavers?
Okay.
Travis, don't laugh.
What you gonna pay me?
He got a recipe, don't even joke.
All right, do I hear a motion to table this?
Yeah, I made a motion.
Got a motion by Commissioner Hill to table this, second by Commissioner McKinney. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Next up I have for you is a, approval of the small county consolidated waste grant that we get from Florida DEP. This is the state grant that we get to help offset the cost of the recycling program in Jackson County.
It's just the same amount we usually get,
Yes, sir.
93.
Got a motion by Commissioner Hill,
Second.
second by Commissioner Fake. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. Next one's yours also.
Yes, sir. This one is a board of approval to increase deposit for commercial temporary water use. So what this is we have a commercial contractor coming in, they need bulk water for something they're working on. We set up a temporary hydrant meter and they pay a deposit on that meter. So what we had done in the past for $1,000 is, that's roughly the cost of the meter. So the deposit, in case of damage or theft or neglect, their deposit would cover the replacement cost. Well, that replacement cost has went up, so we want to increase the deposit so that we can cover the entire cost of the meter if needed to be replaced.
Just cover our cost
Yes,
for
sir.
installing that
Yes,
as
sir.
well. I mean, the time.
Yeah, we don't really factor that in. They pay the usage as well. So what we typically do at the end of whatever project they're working on, we calculate their usage and then we deduct that from their deposit and then send them the difference. And if it's more, we just bill them based on the usage.
I'll offer a motion to approve the amended deposit rates.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Donifro. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Fake. Any questions? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 4-1. Make it 5. He's fast.
You looking that way, that's the problem.
Well, when I'm looking that way, I can't see your hand. Okay, the next one's yours also, Red.
Yes, sir. So the last one for me is board approval of closeout certificate of final completion on the Southern Boulevard paving project. This was a DOT project that we had a couple of things added in on our cost, but it's all complete. It's been looked at by the CEI engineer as well as our in-house engineering tech and everything satisfactory.
I'm glad we extended that a little bit further to, I guess, to the
So,
south to get those
yeah,
two
let's do that.
intersections.
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Hill,
Second.
second by Commissioner Donifro. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hunter.
So again, the first item I have here is requesting your approval of the closeout for project 19-2016, which is the Admin Lewis Building repairs. So it's asking for the allocation of the contingency balance, finalize the amounts from the previous construction change directive, certificate of final completion, and allows finance to issue final payments.
Do we get a resolution on the roof leaks, water intrusion issues
Yes.
as far as we know?
We did, yes, sir.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Fake, second by Commissioner McKinney. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. Mr. Hunter?
Okay, so the next one is asking for your approval of contract language change and change order number 1 for project 2021-17, the sheriff's office interior repairs. So the change order is for all the items listed in the change order information down below. And the contract language is reducing retainage to 5%.
Okay, we've got a motion by Commissioner Hill. Second by Commissioner Donifro. Are there questions?
The built-in.
What?
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
The built-in contingency of 15,000, that was in the original contract, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir, and we're using that up to pay for all the changes that the sheriff had requested and all the painting that
Painting.
also too. So we have around 3,500 left over from the grant balance that the sheriff's office put towards the project.
All right. Any more questions? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. Hunter?
Sir, the next item is asking for your approval of the contract and work authorization number 1 for 2021-6 ARPA legal services. This is the amount of $60,000 to be expended over the course of 3 years for legal and compliance services to help us determine the best way to spend the American Rescue Plan Act funds.
Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Fate,
Second.
second by Commissioner Donifro. Any questions? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, this next item, I'm bringing you some good and bad news. Good news is the town of Sneeds wants to extend their lease with us, but bad news is they want a little bit more money coming next year. So you'll see the current rate is $1,045 a month. They want to increase that starting October 1st, 2022 to $1,100. Talk to tax collector, so that's okay with them, but just.
All right, we got a motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner McKinney.
Question.
Questions?
Where does the 12,540 come from? 1,100 times 12 is 13,200.
So the current amount, 1045 is times 12 should be 1240.
Okay.
Pay that the first year, and then like you said, it'll be 1,300 or 1,200.
All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. Hunter,
That's it.
that's all of yours?
No, we do need, Hunter, you don't have to come back up, but I was gonna ask him to set a public hearing for the CDBG CV item that David mentioned earlier.
So moved.
For October 26th at 6:15 PM.
That's our next one.
Second.
All right, got a motion by Commissioner Pate, second by Commissioner McKinney to set a hearing, a special hearing, October 26th, 6:15. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. All right. Miss Wendy. Are we skipping one?
Skipping 20, we moved 20 to the.
You got 20,
20 is the
Oh,
last
yeah.
thing we're doing.
but 21.
We've already
David
done
Melvin.
21.
David Melvin.
Yeah, there is one more for David Melvin.
One more for David. Sorry, Wendy, let David come up.
21.
I already marked it off. I got up here and got to talking and I thought he had covered what you wanted. All right, go ahead, David.
Yeah, so for our Endeavor project, we have an opportunity to apply for housing, for senior housing out at the facility. What's involved in that, working with Royal American to potentially do a facility out there. It would be in the range of 60 to 100 units. They're still nailing down exactly what that would be. But the application has to be done by Friday. And what's the request from the county the way I understand the senior housing is the state Florida Housing Finance receives these applications and they usually award one to a rural area. And in the past, they've only received one in a rural area. And so that one got funded. This year, they think they may get 2 or 3 in a rural area. So we may be one of 3 and everybody maxes out the scores, and what they literally do is a lottery ball and decide who gets the funding. So we think our chances are 1 in 3 of getting funded for that. To maximize their points involved in this, one is they need at least $5,000 in waiver of fees associated with the project. And the city of Marianna has already given me a letter waiving the fees, their fees. So they got that covered, and Marianna's given us the letters for the zoning and for the water and the sewer availability and all that. What the county needs is to give an option for a 99-year lease on the land, probably about 7 acres of land out there for them to build a facility on. And my thought on the land and working with them is basically where Pierce Hall is out there, tearing down Pierce Hall and building it there. This will be coupled with, we intend to go after the IDD, that's the intellectual developmental disability housing again in March, and kind of have those co-located. And Will Ann went out to Phoenix and visited the First Place facilities out there. And then Will Ann orchestrated a call with Florida Housing Finance about the possibility of co-locating these facilities, and they were extremely excited about that opportunity. She can give you a lot more details on that, on how it works, but this would be kind of a next step on that. And so this is the area that we kind of looked at, the details of the area we can shift around and all like that. And you don't need to, you're not giving them the easement, you're giving them an option on the easement contingent on them receiving the funding. And also in there, they're calculating, running the numbers, and there may be some gap on the funding, but we'll deal with that another day. And maybe we've got some other housing sources that work to make this work. One challenge, now shut up, that on both on the IDD funding and on the senior funding, the reason you don't get very many rural areas is they have to set the rental rates based on your income in your county. So Jackson County has a low income, so that means low rental, which makes sense. But then when the developer looks at it, he says, I can build it in Panama City and collect $200 more a month in rent, and my costs aren't any different. That's the reason they don't have very many of these projects in rural areas, and it's a real challenge to get a developer to come in and pursue this. But Rural American's been very interested and good on moving forward with that. So all that, the request is just the option to lease approximately 7 acres out at Endeavor.
David, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, can we sort of discuss the location? Is it sort of like we will give 7 acres in this area, and then we can fine tune the actual location?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my concerns was all the traffic in and out of the businesses or whatever that goes in there. Is there another way can we go out to Poozer Road with the road? Because you put in residential right here and they got to go through everything to get out.
Yeah.
Museum.
So eventually we hope to connect kind of by the sheriff's department in front of it, a road that we connect into Poozer Road there. So there would be an additional area connection there.
But initially they would go out to, is that Rick Scott Boulevard? I mean, initially that would be their primary.
Our second phase of the project to bid out opens up the Rick Scott Boulevard and the Endeavor Boulevard. So when they pull out onto Endeavor Boulevard, they can take a left and go out that way, or they can take a right onto South Street right there.
David, I got a diagram here,
Yeah,
and we're setting off the property line quite a ways. Is that wet back there?
It is.
Okay.
It is. Yeah. We'll try to maximize that property. this is kind of a quick
And
and dirty of, there's the, on the, to the right is the sewer lift station, and so that kind of, and you go to hit, and you can see that blue line, you go to hit in the floodplain right there.
Mhm.
I guess my question then is really, and I didn't see this diagram when I asked it, Endeavor Boulevard is the two lane
Yeah, right.
road. The road that connects the main entrance to this housing development to Endeavor, will that be paved as part of
Oh, yeah, yeah.
this
Yeah,
project?
yeah,
repaved?
yeah. And this will probably be a 3 or 4 story building that they build there, and I can give you examples. They're really nice looking buildings, and it'd really be a nice looking building sitting there kind of on that hill where Pierce Hall sits right now. It's kind of the thought, and then we would come to the left of that, probably with our IDD housing project in there, kind of what the thought is. You kind of have this whole area along the back of the property there as you know, more rental housing type things,
Can this-
maybe some sales.
Can this go somewhere else? Across the road?
And I'll follow up with his real quick, David, because I guess if we have a look at the Baker Act office, the old sheriff's office facility, I don't know. I mean, you'll be next door to that. I mean, I don't know if anybody
Well-
wants to be built, I mean, that close, I mean, I don't know,
Yeah.
I think.
Our thought is to develop kind of a campus area right in this area. We have all the utilities available, kind of with the Endeavor area there, and have some mixed use of housing and all in there. And again, Will can elaborate of doing the mixture with our not necessarily students, but our long-term individuals with disabilities and the senior citizens, and co-locating and sharing facilities and all like that. We kind of worked with First Place on kind of master planning or the thought process of mixing that.
Yeah,
together.
I'll add, David, that, you know, the actual definitive location is certainly negotiable, but the thought of it being somewhere on the campus is, if you have your facility where the autistic students and hopefully long-term residents are living, they can walk or golf cart, like David likes to say, in this campus, where ideally there are other things that pop up, and then you have a actual presence there. They're coming, they're going. And then I sent you all an email with pictures of the senior citizen and autistic resident, and how that has just created a really natural partnership. They look after the residents with autism, and the autism sort of looks after the residents with their senior citizens. And it has just created a beautiful example of what we could do here in Jackson County. But the actual exact location of this, you know, certainly could be shifted and really drilled down on where y'all would like to see it go. If you put it on the Poozer roadside, until something really gets going there, that's going to feel more isolated. And we're trying to create some walkability in this area as businesses come up, where they can walk to a restaurant, they can walk to a gas station, or whatever that may be.
Yeah, and it'll be a little bit, you know, like our senior citizens, they may not have vehicles. They may want to work in our museum or work at the Civic Center,
And
they
the students
take
with
their golf
autism.
cart there, and it can kind of be kind of like a downtown area in there that everybody's connected, and it's not an isolated facility somewhere.
I like the visibility of that location.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we,
As
accept
people
the
drive by.
application. The application
I-
contingent upon the location.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner McKinney to go forward with this application. And what were you saying about location?
Just contingent upon the. final
Contingent
location.
upon,
The final location of the building.
Well, yeah.
okay, so it's, what you're saying is subject change. Got a
Right.
second by,
Yeah,
At some point in time, you've
Mr.
got to
Bill.
identify this location.
Yes.
Well, for the grant application, yeah.
Well, man,
Tomorrow.
again, and I'll second that
Tomorrow, we
motion.
got it, yeah.
But my question is again, I think it's great, but we're putting it next to a potential future Baker Act property. It's gonna be institutional. Is that don't fit that? I don't want to limit our building.
But you're talking about the sheriff,
Yeah, you're talking
where the
about-
sheriff is now.
Right.
Right.
I think that's there's
This
plenty
way.
of
Okay.
It ain't long,
separation
right?
in my,
I'm looking at the parking, is that the parking lot to it
Yeah.
on the north
Yeah,
side?
but we're, for this senior housing, which is what we're
Yeah.
talking
Right.
about, we're talking about this area here.
yeah.
We're talking about this area here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Well,
thought
what
maybe
is
that
this
was
area?
right here.
That
And
What is all that?
the- and the sheriff's department isn't
Oh,
involved.
that makes me- Well, what is this
For
going
autism.
here indicated then, David?
That,
Oh, this was
that was
housing.
where we're looking at maybe doing the
Tiny
housing
homes.
for our IDD.
Oh,
Kinda
okay,
doing
okay,
all
all
that
right.
Residential.
I got
Yeah. So the sheriff, at the very left is the sheriff's
Yeah, I was
department
thinking
parking lot is at the very left. So the
Yeah, okay, I
sheriff's
see.
department's,
These houses, the tiny, these are projected to be tiny
Tiny
homes
tiny homes,
Or-
right.
where we will train these autism students to live and maintain a house.
Is that all little houses all the way
Yeah,
around?
that's,
That's
it's
right.
drawing.
That's a conceptual plan on that.
It won't be.
But the thought was this 15 or 20 acres that along the back fence area there, that can be our multifamily residential area for the whole port. Because we've got plenty of other land around there, but it lets us develop and have some life out there, kind of a downtown community type thing, not
So-
individual households living out like you would do south of Coast.
Senior housing, what will be the age to get in there?
I think it's 55, right?
All right, so we got a motion, we got a second. Any more questions? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
And that Pierce Hall was one we were saving, right?
Yeah, it was one we're saving.
I said Pierce Hall was one we were
Is
saving,
that?
and now we're gonna
That's
tear it
worse.
It's
down.
not worth saving, I don't think.
It was one of those,
It
iffy,
could be,
in my mind, let's get rid of it.
it'd be a
We
great
talked
office
about
for
it.
the county administrator.
If it's the same one I'm thinking about, I don't think it's worth saving.
It's
It's
not. You spend so much money trying to remodel that thing, in my opinion. and-
It's got a retrofit roof on it already. and
But we
above
saved
tilt-up
it, now we're
roof
gonna
on
tear
it.
it down.
What's that?
I said, but we did save it.
We did save it because we went through, and there's a few others, I went through that first demo and it's like, if we scratched our head about, well, maybe we're to hang on to it. we
But with
hung on
this
to it. Same way with the
application-
dorms,
And with this application, if it went in this area, then they will actually pay for that demo as a part
Demolition.
of that. So because it was a questionable one, then you don't take that out of your other money. You would get it done through this money if we proceed with the
I
application.
mean, kind of been always my thought, that building, because it's got concrete walls in it and it's low ceiling, you'd spend a fortune trying to.
You'd spend more money renovating it. than you
Renew,
would to build
yeah,
new.
if you wanted something there, you were to demo it and start from scratch on it. The dorms, there might be some use to them, but, yeah,
Okay, thank you, David.
okay.
Ms. Wendy? Okay, we're going to go into public hearing. We are now in public hearing. Go ahead, Ms. Wendy.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is a request for board discussion and approval of a petition for road abandonment on Volusia Circle by Colvin Farms LLC. We received a request on June 26th by Colvin Farms for the petition of the road abandonment on property identified as being the north portion of Volusia Circle, approximately 1,822 feet in length. And the planning commission did recommend approval.
Okay, is there anyone here for or against this project? Fred, do you have anyone waving?
If anyone online would like to raise their hand to speak for or against, they may use *9 if dialed in via telephone or the raise hand feature via the Zoom software.
Okay,
No hands.
okay, very good. Resolution, no. We're out of public hearing. What's the,
Whose district is that? Is that in your district?
yes, it's up there behind Welcome Church. Yes.
You-
Oh, yeah. If the church is fine with it, everything's
So moved,
worked
Mr.
out.
Chairman. Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Donifro. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay. Back in public hearing. Ms. Wendy.
Yes, sir. Requesting board discussion and approval of a petition for road abandonment on Maple Street by David and Jennifer Cumby. The request was submitted on June 1st, 2021. And the property is located, the road abandonment property is located on Maple Street, approximately 278 feet in length, east of Lloyd Lane in unincorporated Jackson County. On October 4th, 2021, the Planning Commission recommended denial to the board.
Okay, is there anyone here to speak for or against? Okay. What I want to do, you will have 3 minutes. Ma'am, I'm going to start with you. Come up, state your name for the record, and state your concerns.
My name is Melissa Locke, and I own the house right above it. And it's being rented out by my daughter and her family. We use that as our access to get up and down to the lake. If I got my grandkids on there, we pull a boat up there, we can walk up to the house. And we can, and if there's an emergency, we're right there.
Okay.
We want to be able to have access to the lake.
Do other people use that road?
Tyler does. And
Come,
then-
come up and state your name.
Good morning, my name is Tyler Brambley,
Spell your last name.
Bramblett.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so I purchased my home on Lori Lane in 2016. I've lived there since then. The county access to that lake, it definitely influenced my decision to purchase in Jackson County. You know, I didn't really know I was coming to speak today, so I'm gonna make it quick, but
No, that's okay.
the way I see it, every property on that road has private access to that lake. Me and my neighbors here, I'm sorry, we use that lake, even though I know they say we don't maintain it. We have lives, you know, we don't maintain it as well as it should be, but we do all use it. I mean, I have kayaks, I go fishing, they have a boat, they take their family out on the lake, you know, so I don't understand why the gentleman should be able to absorb the county lake.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you want to speak?
Yes, sir. I'm Megan Watts. But really just to kind of back up what Tyler said, we use it regular. I mean, on a constant basis, little children all the way to older people. And my granddaddy bought that house 20 years ago. I have rode a four-wheeler up and down that years ago, and we've always used it. That's a big reason why a lot of us even live there. Like,
Okay.
that we have a family and we live there. We catch fish at the bottom of the hill, we carry them to the top of the hill, and we cook for our family.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Got one in the back left. Oh, that's Royce Reagan.
Morning.
Morning, sir.
Appreciate y'all taking the time for this today.
For the record, state your
My name's
name and spell your last name.
My name's David Cumby. Me and my wife's the one who put in the petition.
Mm-hmm.
We own property on the south side of this street. And we need the access to get to our property. I can't get to our property without using the county's property. Second, the neighbor on the north side, we want to split the property in half and take care of it ourselves, because the county has never, as far as I know, has never done anything with this property. And this has been way back, from what I can tell, from 1912, whenever this was split up and this was made. I've talked to the fire marshal, I've talked to the sheriff's department. No one has any concerns about this road. being abandoned by the county. I've paid personally out of my pocket to clean up your property since
Thank you.
Hurricane Michael, because there's no way in, no way out. And the neighbors who are saying they use that street, they've been using my property and the neighbor's property. They haven't been using the street. Every time I go down there, they're on my property. So that's not true. Me and my neighbor plan this north of us, Mr. Randy Holly, we've agreed to take care of the property, put up a fence in the middle and keep it up. But I need access to get to my property that's at 498 Lori Lane.
How far is it off of Lori Lane to your property?
There should be a survey that I submitted. I would have to look at the survey.
I can't.
Page 285 of your packet, there is.
Yeah, I see, it's 58 feet. Is that what it?
That's probably about right. I was gonna
Okay.
say 50-something feet there.
Okay,
And it needs several loads of dirt and rock just to access. You can't get to my property without a truck.
okay.
So David, you own the 0.74 acres?
Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask a question real quick. This is actually an attorney question. I thought we just adopted a policy that we don't close property to my bigger question, I've never been familiar with that road. I mean, I know the road up there. Well, my question would be, I guess, first of all, why hasn't it ever been maintained? Because it should be all the time, because it looks like you're not the only one impacted by the lot. I guess they have a lot on the backside that they can get to some of these smaller lots that are north and south. But my problem with that is that should have been maintained all the time. So I think the better part of value would be for us to go out there and clean up what we should have done years ago and then maintain it. Because we've already adopted a public policy that we don't close access to water in the county. We did that a few months ago.
About 2 months ago.
That was actually county maintained access.
Yeah, well, this is a county road, but it's just not been
You just have
maintained.
not been maintained.
It's not been
And
maintained.
so I saw,
Ever.
well, I mean, it's obviously grown up. I mean, I've never heard of that road. I've heard of the ones going to it. Is that just an extension, or is that road just?
It's a
It's a
platted road
platted
from the
road.
old shoemaker.
It's not a name road. Okay, well, either way, it's county property. So, I see your plight, but I think to fix both process, I don't want to limit people's access to it. We got, and I want you to have access to your property for the county to do what it's supposed to do and go out there and clear that, make that problem accessible to the public.
What would it
And
take to do that?
I don't know. I'm very familiar with that area, but I never
We're
knew there
still
was an
in
extension. Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, I won't make a motion now, but
Yeah.
that would be my recommendation today.
If you look at some of the old photos that I sent in just from the county property appraiser's
Sure.
website, you can tell that was fully grown with trees.
Right.
It was not being taken care of.
Right,
And
so,
all of those trees were blown down during Hurricane Michael, or either they were dead.
so this representation, I don't know, you can't see my agenda, but there's a picture, when you might tell me, if y'all can see it, I don't know if you can. Is this power line here an easement for West Florida Electric? Is that also an egress for power? So is this the area you won't close?
Yes,
So
sir.
it really just needs to be graded and maintained, put some rock on it, but does it need trees? I mean, I'm surmising it's probably 60 foot wide.
It's 44 feet
47,
wide.
44.
47.7.
But is this picture represents that it's pretty much cleared, it just needs to be graded and put some lime rock on it to stabilize that road, and that would fix the problem? Okay, all right, very good.
All right,
I don't mind, I want you
You
to have
got a
access to
question?
property.
Mr. Cumby, he's got.
How long have you owned this property?
I bought it right after Hurricane Michael, probably 2019, spring, summer.
And you say you use our land to get to yours, it's all our land, it's county, so you're
Well,
using.
I'm just saying,
I
I'm
know.
having to go on county property to get, I'm having to use
Right.
to get to our
Which
access.
everybody does, so,
Mhm.
so all the neighbor, no, okay. From what I understand, there was a neighbor that did not want to close this, that owns property here? Okay, and that's another thing that we do, if we have somebody objected to it, we don't. close it. So,
But what
Well,
we'll do,
we're
in my
still in
opinion,
public
I know we're still in public hearing, but in my opinion, we're not making a motion, we're making comments. is that to solve both of it, I don't want to, anybody, you or anyone else equally, I want you to have access to your property. I want our public and everybody, including me. I mean, I don't want to go down there, I don't know, but I want everyone fairly to have access to it. I have no clue. I don't know if somebody else can speak of it. How long has it been since that's been cleaned? It looks like a long time, but I'll make sure that happens. It'll happen in a short time frame. And, but we'll get that, in my opinion, we'll just get it fixed. And that's what I would suggest at some point we do. But again, we're not in that position, this meeting, to do that yet. But I think to give access to y'all should be the same equal right to give to everyone else to get to that property.
Okay,
Well, can I point out one other thing?
yes, sir.
That property that I bought in 19 was for sale for many, many years. Everybody had access to buy that property.
Now, you talking about the county property was for sale?
No.
Oh, yours. Okay.
The property that we
Okay.
bought. It's been on and off the market for a long time.
Okay.
And if the county ever plans to put in a public landing there, maybe like People's Landing, you know, there's several other landings around the property that the public get to use.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that we would, I personally would not support that right now because the cost analysis of building ramps are incredibly high. And maintain it. So I just think access would, and to fairness, access, that would limit traffic down there for y'all. Because if you open up to the public where you already have several there that they can go to, then all that's gonna do is undo traffic down there. And most likely we don't have the funds to do that, to build that type of a ramp there. I mean, my suggestion again would just make access, not boat access. Make the road wide so everybody gets, you know, egress and ingress in and out of it. But that's just a recommendation. We'll make the final call.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Royce. State your name for the
Royce
record.
Reagan, oldest one in the room.
I agree.
Look at your picture again. Lori Lane comes off of Lake Point, the old 231, and hangs the left. None of those people live on the street that they're wanting you to build. Not a one of them. My friend, Tyler, by the way, we're good friends, we're neighbors. He lives across the street from Lori Lane. He doesn't live on that. There's not a street there. There has not been a street there, I know, in 40 years. Because I'm like, all right, so they say they walk down there. Well, let them continue to walk. Let's fix it.
Well, yeah, and Mr. Royce, I agree with you somewhat. I mean, I don't mind them walking, driving, or whatever, but it's still county property that touches water.
Well, are you sure y'all, somebody's paid taxes on that, or is
Well,
it?
the county.
It's flat.
Platted, so it's ironclad. So I'm just saying, I mean, I agree with you. And I want y'all to have access to it. And I want you to have a safe trip.
Well, are you gonna build me one next? I mean, I'm just joking. I shouldn't have said that there.
No. I'm
but
not. I'm
these
just
people are, listen to me now, y'all
Okay,
talk. Let me
good.
have my 3 minutes. Thank you. These people want you to fix them a street to the lake so they can have access to pull their vehicles and all down there. I don't, my turn. I don't want people parking their truck and trailers in my yard. I'm 100 feet away from that on the other side of Randy Holly. Randy's in the ditch there. So a long time ago, I went down after a house had burned many years ago. They pushed all this stuff into that ditch in between Randy Holly's house and then Mr. Cumby's place. And I'm not anti they're using the lake. My God, they've walked across my property, and Tyler can come and go when he wants to. But what I'm saying is, they're wanting you to build a street. Then you're gonna have to maintain that son of a gun. You're gonna have to secure it. You're gonna have to pick up trash along with me. So I'm anti that. I'm not anti them using the lake at all. Did I say enough? Look at your map. They don't live on the street that they want.
Where do you live,
Lane
Royce?
is paved.
Yes.
Off of the old 231.
They don't, they live on Lori Lane. Every one of those people live on Lori Lane, not.
My thing, Royce, is that I don't care where they live at. If it's a county piece of property that's accessible to water, I can
Okay.
care less if you live anywhere. And that's nothing against y'all. But if I want to go down there and I want to drive down there and park and walk down there just to the edge, you mentioned trailers, but they haven't asked me to build a road. I suggested that. What I'm thinking is, I was thinking that's an old roadway, but it's county property.
A few months ago, I called Mr. Daniel and said, do the research on that. And they did the research and said there wasn't a road there. And I believed that at that time. but there really was something there a long time ago. I think the Paramore's a million years ago, property that I'm on.
Okay.
I appreciate what you're doing. If
Oh,
you
yeah.
fix it so they can have access.
Yeah, that's
it'd be
what,
fine with
yeah,
me.
and we don't have to make it a road. We can just make it an access point. So that'll
There
save them, I saved them.
I agree with the lady about the children. They do.
Yeah, sure they need to. Everybody needs to.
Thank you.
Also,
Thank you.
Mr. Covey needs to have vehicular access.
Yeah, sure does.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you, Royce. Okay, Fred, do you have anyone waving?
I don't see any hands up.
We are out of public hearing.
I make a motion, we, set a recommendation by the board and, maintain county ownership of the property.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Fate.
No.
Oh, who seconded it?
I'll second it.
I got a
Okay,
second by Commissioner
I thought the
Donovan.
request was to close the road.
It is.
And
Oh, no, I'm sorry,
your motion was
No,
not
No,
one.
He said to go along with
With
the
the
planning and
Planning.
zoning board's
One, they
recommendation.
said.
Oh,
They
okay.
denied.
I want to
They
make sure,
denied. Yeah,
because
thank you. Yeah,
what
but
you
yeah.
said, that, yeah,
He said, no, you said the
Yeah, I
planning
said planning.
and zoning board's recommendation. I thought
okay,
that's what it
to
said.
deny,
To deny.
to deny, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Very good.
any more questions? All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, like sign, motion carries
One
5-0.
more thing, what I'd like to do is Roy still here? And Miss-
Yeah,
Y'all,
come
just,
in.
just real quick, I'd like to have our road superintendent will go out there and they'll look at that property. We'll make sure that it's done nicely. We'll make the board make the decision on access, but I assure you, Ray can probably back this up 100%. There's not many funds out there now. We're dealing with Peacock Bridge Road right now with the issue out there to build $1 million concrete ramps and do the permitting asset. And also, I think that the access to y'all, make sure that the landowner, the
Foot access. is
yeah,
what
put
you're
access,
talking-
and he needs, like Donovan said, you need access by vehicle to yours and to your property, correct, sir? Yeah, so, and make sure that happens for you and make sure they have access and everyone else. We'll make it nice. We'll send the superintendent out there and we may make it clear, and we'll make it nice for y'all.
Okay, we're back in public hearing. Ms. Wendy.
This is a request for board discussion and approval of a petition for road abandonment by Red Daniels to request to consider the property on Handle Road, approximately 914 feet in length, south of Merritt Mill Road and north of Kelp Street. And the planning commission did recommend approval.
Okay, is there anyone here for or against? Yes, ma'am. Come up and please state your name for the record.
My name is Becky Trot. And I use that road a lot. And I think a lot of other people use that road a lot. And if you abandon it, I assume that means it will no longer be open to the public. I know that you have suggested, someone has suggested an alternate would be to go and use Pelt Street. If you're coming off of 90. But that's really not a very good alternative. And I don't understand why it's even being considered. Why would you close that road?
Ma'am, where do you live? Do you live on that,
No, I do
in
not.
that area?
No, I just use that road a lot.
Oh, you use it? Okay,
Yes, I know. I
that's good
live
enough.
Further out.
Okay, that's not a problem.
Is there a reason for why? Is there a reason why the first ad didn't say Panhandle Road?
Yeah, that was just a misprint. I'll speak to it. Well, just to give you a thing, I traveled also, and I don't live in the area, but I traveled also going to Road and Bridge on. The main concern, man, I'm not sure, so don't make me feel like I'm talking above you. But we do you know about the master plan that we got for the new building that's going out there side the maintenance department? We're about to build about a $2.5 million building.
Well, I've seen the
Okay, good,
construction
good.
beginning
Well,
start.
sure, absolutely. And just to make you aware, there's a big safety issue, has been for years, and I've been on 7 years, Clinton I have, and the other ones subsequently in line, was that we have a lot of trucks that commute from the west side where they park at to the maintenance shop on the east side. They're big trucks, semis with low boys or unloaded equipment. We have people that deliver lots of supplies all the time for road and bridge culverts, everything that the county uses in the road and bridge. And it's always parked right beside the road. It's just a road hazard. So you will still have access to the property to go there to road and bridge and maintenance you have a need. We're just going to put, I understand, Red, correct me if I'm wrong, gates on each end so that people can egress in there to go and do business there. But we just, with the amount of equipment that's transferring there.
So you won't be able to go on Panhandle Road from Pelt to Merritt's Mill Road.
That's correct.
That's correct, but you will if you need business there, and the reason is that with all the equipment we use, shower, the small thing we use,
So the public won't have access to it.
they'll have access to go in there to do business, they
But
will.
not to use it as a through.
Not a through road, that's
Through
correct,
road,
and
right.
it's just a safety issue that we,
But they've been big trucks and things there for years.
that's correct, but there are about to be a lot more, we're building another building there.
But the building the construction is temporary.
No, I'm not talking about, I'm talking about ongoing, you'll have more people at that one location. They've been on the
Across
west
the road.
side.
But Ms. Trot, there's also Owen Street,
Yeah.
which is just one block to the west.
Yeah.
Which is, and I looked at this because I use that road quite a bit as well. And as I looked at it, it really does not create that much of an inconvenience whether you're traveling from south to north or from north to south. Because there is another road, Owen Street, that's a paved road. It's just not
200
even a
feet.
whole block away from that road that can be used to detour around that.
To the west.
Just one block, yeah, or half a block, it's 200 feet. Total distance.
Link.
So it's really, because I had concerns about the inconvenience as well, and it's really just not that much of an inconvenience to go around it, not really.
Well, it is, but.
I mean, I guess if you lived in that trailer park, you probably would have more of an inconvenience than anyone else, but even then, Merritt's Mill Road is paved the
Oh,
entire
no,
way.
it's a beautiful road.
Yeah,
There's no
and I mean, it's
question.
paved. I could see it being more of an inconvenience if Merritt's Mill Road was a dirt road, which it no longer is, but now it's really, it seems like the safety factor
Well,
that
I just
Mr. Hill
think
spoke
about
about outweighs the
we're at 90,
inconvenience.
where Panhandle Road begins.
Right.
There's a big shopping center there. There are several stores,
sure.
restaurants, medical providers in there. And rather than go up to the interstate, to 71.
Well, you can take
And all-
Owen Street, that's what Dr. said, it's only a half a block.
You can go to Owen Street.
Owen
take a
Street,
left.
it's
Just
one
a little-
block behind it. I mean, it's a little bit of a job, but the safety, again.
One
we
more
got-
turn.
That's right. I mean,
Yeah,
we got
that's it.
semis with 53-foot trailers, it's low boys on them now. And when they're backing those things into the shop and they're parking inside the road,
But you've been doing that for years.
that's correct, and it's gonna be
And
more.
I mean, I don't know what's changed that now you have to close the road.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean,
Lot more-
that's what I'm saying.
But it's always been a little bit of a safety issue because there's equipment on the other side, so they're having to traverse back and forth across that road with heavy equipment.
You've heard enough.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Is there, Fred, is there anyone else in the room? Fred, do you have anyone waving?
I don't see any hands up right now.
Oh, we're now out of public hearing.
I make a motion to accept it.
Okay, we've got a motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Donifro. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. All right, Ms. Wendy,
Yes, sir. Are we going to do the next one for the large scale text amendment?
Yes.
yeah,
Okay.
you want to do both of them at one time?
No,
Okay.
sir, they're
No,
separate.
go ahead.
Okay. Requesting board discussion and approval to consider adoption of a large-scale amendment for Endeavor. A request to consider to change 320 plus minus acres from public mixed-use urban transitional and agriculture 2 to residential mixed-use urban transitional and agriculture 2. The property is located approximately a half mile east of the intersection of Kinesville Road and Coosa Road on the south side of Coosa Road in unincorporated Jackson County. And the planning commission did recommend to adopt this on October 4th.
Okay. Is there anyone here for or against this? Is there anyone here for or against it? Fred, do you have anyone?
I don't see any hands up.
We're out of public hearing. Yes, Commissioner Pate.
Okay, we're changing. I might have got confused here. There's 320 acres, but there's one part of that T that's mixed use. The rest of it should be residential.
The west.
Public mixed
And
use
did you
urban.
say that?
Yes, she did.
Well, she said, change 320 plus or minus from public mixed use urban transitional and ag 2 to residential mixed use. Blah, blah, blah.
Clint, on page 309, just make sure that red, Wendy, make sure that red part is. the one
That's
that-
mixed use, right? And the
Mhm.
rest of it is residential.
Right.
Okay,
Correct.
Okay,
okay,
so that's
just
what
make
I'm-
sure. Yeah, I see it now.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's good.
Yeah, I'm with motion to, accept.
okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Pate to approve, a second by Commissioner Hill. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. All right, we're back in public hearing, Ms. Wendy.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is a request for board discussion and adoption of a large-scale text amendment to the Jackson County Comprehensive Plan, Chapter 1, Policy 2.3, adding clarification to the meaning of neighborhood commercial, Policy 2.4, changing text for landscaping to highly recommended, and Chapter 4, Objective 14, changing text from landscaping to buffering. And this was recommended by the Planning Commission on October 4th.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, is there anyone here for or against? Is there anyone here for or against? Fred, do you have anyone?
I have one hand up, Ms. Deborah Buckhalter.
Go ahead, Miss Deborah.
Give her a second to unmute.
Miss Deborah?
Fred, you might want to tell her how to unmute.
Can you hear me
She
now?
got it.
Sorry. What was the recommendation of the planning board? I could not hear that part.
On this, the one we're talking about now, Deborah,
Yes, sir.
they approved the recommendation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else, Fred?
No, sir.
We're out of public hearing. What's the
Mr. Chair.
pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the large-scale text amendment and the ordinance, submit to DEO, and authorize the chairman to sign.
Got a motion by Commissioner Pate, second by Commissioner McKinney. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries, or you vote 4-1. Commissioner Donna Froze again. All right,
Okay, thank you.
now the next one is for you also, community development.
Thank you, Commissioner. Requesting board approval of a variance to County Code of Ordinances, Section 38-105.2 3B for removal of a 2-foot freeboard requirement under the floodplain ordinance. And this is for a home on Canopy Lane. It meets the FEMA requirements, but it falls short 6 inches of the county requirement. This homeowner would suffer a hardship if we did not grant this variance. It could affect whether or not they have flood insurance.
Got a motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Donifro. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Next one's yours also.
Yes, sir. Commissioners, this is a request for board approval of a revised community planning technical assistance grant from DEO. We were selected for this grant for the fiscal year 2021-22 in the amount of $47,700. You had previously approved this on July 27th, 2021, but DEO did not return it because they were making minor changes to the invoicing section. And so I'm resubmitting for the chairman.
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Pate. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When that grant went to committee, was it like?
I had hoped to get it after you all signed it, but they're really slow in moving forward. So hopefully in a couple weeks.
Mr. Basford, do you have anything from the sheriff's department?
I do not, sir.
Michelle?
I don't.
Ms. Willan? Mr. Donifro?
Quick question for Rhett, the culvert on Maywood, has that been ordered? You know?
We got it, we started removing the old rock,
Okay.
trying to get it prepared and getting old concrete out, cut back. So
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mr. Hill? Hey, McKinney?
Yes, for Rhett. Any update on the Bellamy Bridge Road?
Oh, yes,
Really?
sir. The quote came in under the allowance minimum of the county administrator, so we're proceeding. It should be starting this week, for moving some of the old material in place. Have to run short order.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I think Clay is on Zoom. Clay, do you have anything? Danielle? Both of them were supposed to be on. Okay. Is there anyone else who has anything? I think we need to adjourn for lunch and come back and start redistricting.
We got superintendent.
Oh,
Good with that?
Back
who-
here, but-
Steve, you back there? Can you be back over here about 1:15? We'll work out something.
Start.
Now, we will let you buy our lunch if you want.
That's a little plug.
Is it open to the public?
Some of us might need to go back to school to eat.
So, Will, did you get those maps? 1:15.
They should be. They would be delivered.
Oh, no, so- There they are. Dylan's got them. Dylan. Maps.
Is that the same map that I already got?
It's a county-wide, Mark.
Huh?
County-wide. Give each one of us one of those maps.
Gonna need a bigger table to roll all those out.
Well, you're gonna, yeah.
That's all right.
So
Don't tear them.
what time here can that 309 versus 306?
Thank you.
The meeting will return at 1:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. The meeting will resume at 1:15 p.m. Meeting will resume at 1:15 p.m. Meeting will resume at 1:15 p.m. The meeting will resume at 1:15 p.m. The meeting will resume at 1:15 p.m. The meeting will resume at 1:15 p.m.
Are you ready?
Y'all are online.
Okay, we're back in session and we're going to be discussing redistricting. Michelle, do you want to lead off on this with discussing your memo that you gave us this morning?
Sure. So what I try to do is kind of summarize all of the known issues that we have right now when it comes to redistricting. We did receive some correspondence from the ACLU and the NAACP letting us know about a consent order that the county had entered into back in 1986. There was a class action lawsuit brought on the basis of violations of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And the way that the county and the school board, there was a simultaneous lawsuit against the school board at the same time. The way that the county and the school board resolved that lawsuit was, number one, the county apparently held a referendum approving going from an at-large voting basis to a single member district basis. But they also agreed to designate at least one district to be of majority Black population. And we have bits and pieces of the consent order. We don't have the entire court file. We don't even have the entirety of the consent order. What's missing from the available copy that we have is something called the election plan. And that election plan is supposed to govern all of the county's future elections. So it's kind of a critical document to have. We haven't been able to get a copy of that from the local federal clerk. We've made the request of the National Archives in Atlanta, that they are not open full time right now. And so we don't have any kind of time frame about when we might get that. But what we do know is that whatever redistricting plan that we propose, we will have to get court approval to do that. We'll have to reopen that case. And Mr. Piquet has a little bit of experience with that. He's here for a different matter. But back in 2003, I believe the school board tried to reopen their simultaneous case to fix some issues with their districting. We just need Mr. Peacock to sign that.
Sorry about that.
Always good to see you.
We are.
You got time to hang around?
Only if we start the clock, right? Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, we will be. Hard and diligent. You're all right.
No worries.
Fine.
How you doing?
So one of the issues that we have to address, no matter what, is that right now our districts are not in compliance with the known portions of the consent order, and that District 1, which appears to have been the district that was designated in that consent order to be a majority Black district, according to the most recent census numbers, is no longer majority Black. And so that district line must be redrawn in order to create a district that is majority Black.
Wait a minute. You just mentioned something. So where did you get the numbers of Blacks and whites in each district?
That came from the census data.
It's in the data.
Mhm.
How far out of compliance is it? Do you know? Do you recall?
I think it was about 49% white and 44% Black.
So 5% of it, what's the total number?
So that's the other part of the issue with District 1. There's been a pretty substantial population change in District 1. It's the district that has the least total population, period. There's about 5,800 people in that district, compared to, I think, 7,200 maybe in District 2. And the remaining 3 districts are pretty well even.
I think
That's the number
about
there.
72 in District 3.
You all are much
Let me see
closer.
that, please.
There's 59 in District 1. I know that's only 100, but.
That number may be, well, there's 2 sets of data. There's the total census population, and then there's the data with the prison population taken out. And that was a concern that was addressed.
Well, this deal with the crux right here, of the inmate count. What is the consensus on the inmates? Do they leave them because of federal money dictated upon that too?
So the census data exists for multiple purposes, but for the purposes of redistricting, we are not required to include the inmate population. Now, there's some Florida guidance on this issue. It's from 20 years ago. It's a 2001 Attorney General opinion to Gulf County on the same issue. They had one single district that about 80% of the total population count for that district was made up of inmates. And that meant that for that particular district, that the voters, right, it was a very unique situation. And so the county requested an opinion from the Attorney General at that time. And the Attorney General's opinion was that the word population meant everyone that had been counted by the census data. And if the legislature had intended for that word to mean something else, they could have defined it that way. But in 2016, there was a case in federal court against Jefferson County. This was before Judge Walker, and Judge Walker made the ruling. It was in the Northern District. That's our district. So this really is binding authority on us right now, that it is improper to count either federal or state inmates for a multitude of reasons. Number one, they aren't voters. Number two, they're transient populations. They're at the control of either state or federal authorities or even private authorities. So they've had some of their citizenship rights taken from them because of their incarceration, but they also are not direct recipients of any county services. So that was kind of the basis of his ruling. I don't necessarily agree with it, but that is the authority that binds us up this time. So it's my recommendation that you do remove the inmate population data from your numbers when you lay out your district line.
And that's what's reflecting into your email now, Michelle, right? Without the inmate population.
Yeah.
So who has the numbers from the Census Bureau that delineates racial components of these districts?
Ms. Carol Dunaway, Supervisor of Elections, she's got that specific data.
Can we get that?
We need that, Lillian, ASAP. And like yesterday.
Or she better read it off to us.
So one of the concerns that I have about continuing to operate under the consent order is just over the period of, what has it been? I'm 38. So 35 years?
From 86?
It's been a long time.
Yeah,
since we
35,
entered into this
35,
consent order.
36 years.
Right. And there have been natural changes to the population here. We've also had changes, from Hurricane Michael, from people leaving, that sort of thing. One of the things that we need to be mindful of, and this was something that I talked about in the memo, is that we may need to bring on a consultant. I know Ms. Dunaway spoke towards that a little bit in her presentation, but we are going to need to plan for expert testimony when we go back into court to get court approval for our redistricting plan. And so I'm going to need to have an expert that I can bring in to testify as to the appropriate population percentages in order to either comply with that consent order, or if you'd like to pursue trying to dissolve that consent order or to get out from under that mandate, that is something else to consider.
How long will that take?
It could take a long time. Right now, the court system is incredibly backed up.
So when do we have to have this done?
So we're supposed to have it done really by the end of this year, but there is some guidance out there that we can extend this into 2022, so long as we don't cause any prejudice to candidates. And the first candidates to qualify will, I think that happens in April. I think it's the judicial candidates. So that's our deadline.
So the original consent order didn't have a sunset date?
Not that we can tell. Like I said, there are parts of the consent order, there are exhibits that are missing. And there may be some information in that election plan for, perhaps they anticipated that at one point population changes or other changes might happen that would affect that breakdown, but
Frank Baker was the county attorney back then.
yes.
Did you reach out to him and ask him if he had a file on it?
I did. He had actually forgotten about the consent order entirely. He remembered the referendum, but I have his archives, but we haven't found an actual file.
Well, let me ask this, obviously Steve's here and his staff is, we're needing to, I think this board's done, I don't know on your side, Steve, but we kind of thought we would try to mirror the districts as best we could for the public's just common awareness of the areas and geographical locations. Are y'all amenable to that or looking at that or? Yeah. I agree with you. I think, again, Clint just had a copy of the numbers, and then I'm sure this is extracting the inmate count, right, Clint? 'Cause I know-
Well, no, you gotta take it. Well, I do have it. Yes.
Yeah, the,
District 2 is the largest.
yeah,
Well, yeah.
98, now that's without inmates, correct?
Without inmates, District
9803.
2 is 9,803. District 3 is 7,099. District 4 is 9,626. District 5 is 9,684. District 1 was 5,956.
Well, I guess the question was, Mr. Pumphrey, was, and correct me if I'm wrong, but currently our voting district and the school district's voting district are compatible and in line with each other. Is that correct? And the idea would be for the voter convenience to, moving forward, to try to keep those districts the same in the future. Exactly.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's already confusing enough because of how they use boundaries, to draw these geographical maps.
So that's another issue that we probably need to be looking at with the consultant, is that the district boundaries in this county are unusual and don't follow generally.
Section lines.
Yeah, they don't follow the general recommended
Which is
path.
major roads or physical bodies of water, things like that.
Correct.
If we continue to try to make District 1 a minority district, would we need to have a consultant?
So one of my concerns about the population change and looking at the numbers that were provided to me is that we have to be careful that we don't swing to the opposite side here and do what's called packing of voters, and that is essentially segregating a minority population into one district in order to dilute their voting strength. And
Those two things
That's what
almost
you're
seem to
doing.
be
That's what you're
incongruent.
doing anyway.
that
Absolutely.
and it
Well, you had to
may,
increase the numbers. How can you not do it without including
what
more
I'm saying.
out of the district?
That same way
Yeah,
to do it.
exactly right.
that's why it would, there's a lot of information from that court file. There were some pretrial stipulations of facts that were laid out that we don't have copies of. And again, that election plan, there may have been some other data that at that time justified the breakdown. And included in your memo is a copy of the attachments that we do have that shows you the racial makeup and the percentages of the districts at that time. And so you really have to,
Get in the weeds.
well, it was just, there was a different political landscape at that time. And just like how the Voting Rights Act originally was supposed to have sunset after 5 years, it's extremely restrictive over state rights, even down to some, individual counties. And there was justification for this legislation. There were poll taxes in place and reading requirements and things that really did hinder a lot of minority access to the polls. But again, we're going back into the 1960s, and our political landscape has changed. The political demographics of this county have changed. I mean, it's only been, since I've been the county attorney, that we've had Republican commissioners. so there's been a lot of change in the county overall, and this is where I really think getting that consultant in here to help us really evaluate, to make sure that we're, ensuring equal access under the federal law, and that we're not, like I said, taking the consent decree and the requirements of that decree that were at one point helpful and beneficial to the minority population, instead moving it all the way to the other side, and we're actually, diluting their voting strength.
I think we can do that without hiring a consultant.
Well,
I mean,
The consultant is just important for the expert testimony that I'll need to, like, I need to have someone whose job it is.
Clint can do it.
Yeah, I can do it.
Well, let me ask you this, Michelle. First of all, there's gonna be obviously some, it has to be contiguous on the district. The district cannot jump.
Right.
So the population of Blacks, if they're not in a contiguous, how do you do that? I mean,
Well, my question is more basic than that. We don't know who the ethnic, ethnicity of the people who live in the houses.
I'm sure it broke down.
It's in the census.
It's actually in the census, should be.
By the house?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Kevin, can you print us a copy of it
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
for
I think
each
that is-
household?
That is there.
So let me ask this question then, is this specifically to African Americans or is it specific to minorities? So it can be minority, okay.
Well, under the Voting Rights Act,
Yeah,
it's
because-
minority.
Yeah, because the other was an issue.
Our consent order is very specific that it's the Black, we have to have a Black majority district.
How much would a consultant cost? Do you have any idea?
I think Carol had estimated 30 to 40,000. Which will be cheaper than litigation in the event that
Something went wrong.
or that some entity step
Yeah,
forward
I can see where that
to
can get.
enforce.
The consultant, he don't know the lay of the land and the
Well,
way.
he'll have-
Well,
it's
I
just
think,
the
I think
stuff.
if we were to hire a consultant, we would need to have a number of meetings with him. Because,
Yeah,
you
they
know,
have to be early.
Oh, yeah, right.
yeah, exactly.
Because I mean, if I was a consultant, yeah, I could do it, but it might not.
Well, that's what I say. I think we would need to have several meetings with that consultant. to
Right.
kind of-
And what I'm wrapping around my mind is, for instance, just on Highway 73 South, there is a group, the Johnsons live down there, they're Blacks, but they would have to go through District 3s to get to mine. So what I'm saying is just a geographical makeup of where they live at is gonna be really difficult in my mind to try to get it and be still contiguous and access from the District 1 until these other parts of the county to make up those numbers.
Where the consultant would come in, he would
Yeah.
have to really study the.
Yeah,
all
because I
that.
mean,
You can't do it,
No.
in a matter of 15, 20 minutes. It's
no,
gonna take,
no.
You know, hours
What-
and hours and hours.
The other important thing about the consultant is that there is no one at the county, there's no one in administration, there's no one in your county attorney's office, there's no one in your supervisor of elections office who has any institutional knowledge about redistricting. So we're all learning as we go.
And we don't want somebody on the stand that would be.
The
Absolutely. Like
school
you said.
board,
Adverse.
where are y'all on the consultant?
They're not required to redistrict the way that we are.
I know they're not, but I'm asking them a question. All right.
I'll be honest, I don't see how we could not do it. I mean, again, I'm not in favor of spending that, money, but, I mean, how often does this gonna occur? When's redistricting?
Every
20 years?
10 years.
10 years.
Every
10 years.
And why hasn't
They
it
didn't
been
do it last time.
It hasn't been done since the consent
30
order.
You-
30 years, right?
So we're not capable of sitting here and looking at this map and saying, okay, Alex needs to go from 59 up to, what are we gonna have to go, probably around 9,000?
No, probably
All
around
of us.
8.
Eight.
But let me, see, I guess.
And I know enough about my district, I can say, okay, if we're looking for Blacks, carve this out, put that in his.
But if it ain't contiguous, can you?
Yeah, it stays contiguous. You can't break it up. That's worse than gerrymandering.
Well, and going from section lines to roads and,
I would go with the census tracts. I'd just take these census tracts and
Well,
follow
then you're
them.
liable to have
Yeah, but
bunch
it's hard,
of
it's hard for somebody
jaggered
that's
edges.
trying to figure out where they vote
They don't know
based on,
anyway.
I don't know what these census tracts are based on. I mean, what's the difference between this purple and this, whatever color that is? I mean, is it a? It's just a block? But I mean, it's not, somebody that lived right next to it wouldn't know whether they were in this block or that block.
Yeah, but if you group them together, and, I mean, if you took 2 or 3 of these census blocks and bring them up to a main road, you probably could group them easily.
Some of them are. To answer your question, I think we could do it, Chairman Peacock, but do we have the time to do it and do it effectively?
We got as much time as he does. Because it's all due the end of the first of the year.
Well, it's actually said by April.
And there's 5 of us and 1 of him.
Yeah.
So if we had a deadline of March, would that be appropriate?
But what we need to,
So we may have to do this in a 2-step process, as far as getting the court approval of the new lines and then addressing what happens going forward. Because I would much prefer that we get out from underneath the consent order, because it does seriously hamper our ability to.
Can you
Well,
file
would you
that
mind?
tomorrow morning?
Yeah, we should have done
Go ahead, McKean. Well, McKean.
that would be my direction, Michelle, we'll try to go through the courts first and see what they gonna say about this decree order
Right.
and go from there.
So
I don't think we got time to wait.
Well, we can find out.
unlike in the past census reviews, at this point in time, we have the data to know that we are out of compliance with the consent order. So that's the first thing that we have to address, is getting back into compliance with the consent order. But in order to do that, we know we have to redraw these lines, and like I said, we don't want to inadvertently create a packing situation, which is just as bad as whatever got us into the consent order in the first place, which is why we need that consultant. So before I go into court, I would prefer to have that consultant, retained and make certain that I can get the information that I need from the consultant to take that into court.
Should we choose to go with a consultant to help us through this process, which to me seems to be the best way of doing it, how would we engage that consultant? Do we have to go through a process or?
Well, it's professional services. It's not related to road construction or building. So I don't know that you necessarily have to go out for competitive procurement. I would recommend that. So if you could go ahead and authorize.
We're talking
that
January.
today.
By the time you advertise it and get bids back and we rank them, you're talking January before we get a consultant.
I think maybe late November.
Yeah, I would hope not.
You'd be lucky.
You would be getting bids anyway.
I-
No, it'd be
Well, Ann, is there
requested
money in the
qualification.
budget?
You did not budget for it, so I mean, you have to come up with where you pay for it from.
Where did we end up with contingency lines?
But I can find out.
Maybe 200.
Yeah, I think it was something like that.
Very likely.
Order of that.
All right.
You feel pretty confident that that's a number that we can, a number range that consultant would cost? I mean,
Well, it's,
How much complex it gets, I'm sure.
yeah,
Because you're already having problems getting finance. The court systems is bogged down. So as you said, archives are bogged down. I mean, attorneys not gonna speed that up.
no, of course, the other thing is that the consultants at this point in time are in high demand, as other counties are going through this process as well. But I really need to have that consultant, to have that expert testimony to go into court, just to be able to show the court that we're in compliance, and that we're not creating other problems through whatever plan that we propose.
Still think we can draw a line. Now,
I do
we
too.
might need him to make sure that
Well, with assistance of a
That we're not-
consultant then. And like I said, just have a series of meetings with them. Because I mean, our input's gonna be heavily involved with it too.
Right.
I mean, I think the oversight should be is he watch what we're doing and make sure it adheres to the guidelines of the court and the state statutes, but also,
You could also
So,
consider,
I agree with Commissioner McKinney. I think you should file immediately to get us out from under this decree.
was that a
If you
motion?
file it tomorrow,
Was that a motion?
no, I'm
No, that was-
discussing. We're
That's
discussing
what I was talking about. is
To get us
foreseen.
out from under the
consent
thing we
decree.
are now.
Then I think the next step we have to track, we need to be proceeding
Was that a
along.
motion, McKean?
Just a minute, let me finish. The next thing I think we should think about is our input on redrawing these lines. And then if we have to have a consultant, so be it. I'm not big on your consultant and testifying in court and all of that, because
I'm
I'll
still
go
there,
testify for you.
but the judge doesn't care what
We
your
don't want
opinion is.
that.
No, I'm telling you,
Listen,
people testify in federal court all the time.
But I have to establish the
I can
basis to
count
bring your
the
testimony
tens.
in.
She
That-
needs
Oh,
she
all
wants a consultant to go into court. She wants to have that done.
So you're wanting to get out from under the court order about the, having a minority?
No, I just want
That's
to,
what,
Oh,
No.
yeah, that ain't what he
No,
said,
that's what I-
but what she said.
Oh, I'm sorry,
is-
I was,
to
wait a minute, I
let
thought
the
we.
court review.
But they're
What
not
we
gonna
have-
review
they
that,
have now.
They ain't gonna review it.
because it's wrong. We know it's wrong.
Well, we know we out of compliance,
Right,
Yeah.
but
The court ain't gonna tell you how to
I
do it.
don't want, we don't want to create a situation like Michelle was saying, that, we'll create a bigger headache than what we have now.
They're not gonna look, the court's not gonna do anything until the lines are changed, right?
Well, part of the work of the consultant would be to show that and this is gonna be, taking our raw data and showing that the consent order is either no longer needed because of the movement of population across the county, or, the actual results of elections since the time that the order was in place. I've got to have somebody that can testify that the conditions that were in existence in 1986 when this was entered are no longer in existence now, or that we don't need these restrictions in place. So that kind of testimony could be substantially less, I mean, probably $5,000 or $10,000 for an opinion like that, versus helping you to lay out the plan going forward. But I've got to have somebody that can come in and testify to that.
Well, I guess my question is what I'm hearing from this board is the effort of redistricting. We hope to continue to comply with the intent of that, consent order.
Right.
So why are we worried about getting out from underneath it if that's what we're trying to do anyway?
Well, because
You
we don't
don't-
want to have to go through this process every 10 years of getting court approval just for us to do what we're mandated to do by the Constitution.
So
If you don't, 100 years from now, they'll be jumping through the same hoop.
So
And they may not let us out from under it,
may not.
but at least we ought to try.
And so in order to get that decision, we don't necessarily have to complete the redistricting effort. We just need to show, as you just stated, that those conditions that existed back then, which caused that consent order to be put in place, no longer exist.
Comparable to the numbers
We
now.
have as evidence of that, through a number of, a lot of different data.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So no matter what, we know that we have to go through the redistricting process just because of the disparity in the population numbers in each district. So that's got to be evened out appropriately, whether the consent order exists or not, that has to be addressed. But as of right now, we're out of compliance with that consent order. And so we're at a point where we theoretically could be held in contempt or violation of that order if we don't take steps to address that.
Well, I think, to me, I mean, I don't know, again, you're speaking of this order back in 86 was specifically to black race, but now the geographical location has changed, and now you got minorities of Hispanic descent here. So shouldn't that show some balance? Because also the numbers have changed from that year to now, and that, you know, they're blended into the population as a whole, so.
Right. And we may not have had a large Hispanic population
Well,
at
and
at that
census
time,
should
or they weren't
reflect that.
counted. I don't know, but the consent order is very specific that we have to have a Black majority district.
We need to decide whether we want to fight that consent order or get out from under it, not fight. Get out from under it or not.
I think we should look at least trying to, because again, if not, then 10 years from now, again, it's gonna be, I mean, to me, I think it's antiquated, because again, there's another larger segment possibly of Hispanic in here that you could be segregating them from. And so, I mean, I again, until we get the numbers, like Kevin said, there's 15 different brackets there for terminology.
I can tell y'all, I just looked online, that, estimated numbers is 65.7%, and this is countywide, of course, so we'll have to break it down, by district, but it's 65.7% white, 26.3% Black, and 4.9% Hispanic, just to give y'all a picture of what we're talking about.
But if the Florida Constitution says we should have districts as near equal as possible. If we proceed down that path and go down the path of, you know, getting rid of this consent decree, then I think we would probably be safe. It's going to be difficult it says 50%. It's going to be hard to hit 50%. I mean, 47% won't work, 52 won't work. So it's 50% is what the order reads.
I think at the
That's
time
a
it was,
majority, isn't it?
yeah, I think at the time the District 1 was 57% Black at the time of the consent order. But again, that when we do that, we're really, it can have a reverse effect, and that we're segregating, you know, a group of voters into one district, which can actually.
Well, you're going into segregation because you may be segregating some whites over here and the Blacks over here. You know, that's not what we want to do.
Right.
I think we need to be proceeding down the path of making them equal.
It would.
Equalizing the districts population-wise.
It would flow logically that your districts are as even in population, but also that the racial makeup of your district mirrors the county as a whole. So if you had, what was it, 65% white and 26% Black, your district should ideally be, you know.
Well, that's not going to work.
You
We know
can't do
that.
that, because then if you do that, then you're not gonna have one district that's gonna be a majority Black.
That's what I'm saying, that
They don't,
that's the
Very
reason why we
congruent.
might want to get out from underneath the consent order, because it may actually have a harmful effect on Black voters or
Sure.
candidates in the other districts.
wasn't the intent, and I don't know, I wasn't active when that consent order was put in place, but wasn't the intent to ensure that we had at least one Black commissioner? Is that the intent?
That wasn't expressly the intent. The intent was that Black voters had enough of numbers
Right.
that they
The
had
power to
the
elect-
opportunity to elect
opportunity to elect
a representative of their
African-American
choice.
or Hispanic or whoever,
Yeah.
you know, just a minority.
So I mean, if you take that 26% and spread it out into 5 districts, you're no longer gonna be in compliance with that
Right.
intent. I'm thinking.
Again, we,
I think we need to go down trying to balance it. Is where I think, and then you go try to get out from under.
and it might be a good idea to try to hold a couple of public hearings, really advertise this, you know, to let people know what really are the issues in the redistricting process here right now. Hear from people in the county as to whether or not, you know, whether or not your minority voters still want this designated Black majority district, whether they feel that that still is the best way, you know, to.
Well, how can they have a say-so? I mean, can they overrule the judge? Can they ask for it to be removed? I mean, I
No,
want to hear their.
I'm saying before you all give me you know, say, okay,
Sure.
Michelle, take it to court, let's get out from underneath this. hear from your, your constituents about whether they believe that this consent order, the way that we're operating right now, actually benefits them as voters, potential candidates. Are they getting their, concerns heard? Are they getting adequate representation? Or is a more, even apportionment the way that the county wants to go?
And I'm very good with that. My question is, if they decide that they are satisfied, what does that do to the order?
We would just stay under it and draw our line so that we get
So,
in.
so basically, you're saying if they're satisfied as a population, well, I hope that they are, if they are in that regards, then we wouldn't have to go to court over it. You're waiting for a complainant is what you're saying against this, is what you're we're searching for. Is there gonna be a complaint large enough for us to go to court?
I'm just saying, you may want
Anyone
to,
can file a
Right,
lawsuit,
that's all I know. I realize that. I'm just saying that.
and we probably will be soon.
I'm just saying that it may be helpful
Oh, yeah,
to
yeah, absolutely. I
attempt
agree
to
with
hear
you,
from your
sure.
constituents specifically on this issue and let people know that you need feedback on this, on this issue.
Didn't the NAACP in a recent response say that they would like us to remain, maybe not underneath the consent order, but stay in compliance with the intent, or am I mistaken? Did I see that in your summary, or?
So I asked Ms. Franklin about that, and her primary concerns seem to be the prison gerrymandering issue, which I repeatedly assured her really is not an issue at all because we're bound by Judge Walker's ruling. And that's, not of a concern. She directed me back to the ACLU attorney. He said that they don't actually represent the NAACP, that their interest is just in ensuring that every, person has appropriate and adequate access to, to their voting rights. So
Did he say every person
yeah,
or every minority?
every person.
So
The
if we
ACLU
go back and
represents
design
everybody.
it equally, then we'll be striving to achieve our goal
Yeah.
of equality.
I did not get the impression from either of them that their intent is that we hold tight to this consent order. They were mostly just letting us know that
It's fair.
it is there, which was helpful. We didn't have any record of it otherwise.
Ready to start drawing? So that accomplished it.
Commissioner McKinney, on your demographics in the black community, are they grouped really in type, I guess, settlements, so to speak?
Like clusters, like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I know that, is it Holy Neck that's out there that's got a group, is that right?
Holy Lake, right,
Right, and then you got, of course, Hamilton, I think, and
portion of Graceville.
Graceville, right. And this, again, that's kind of what's concerning to me, to get the numeric value again and stay contiguous. The population are usually in those groups, and I think the groups like in mine is small parts and Sneeds, and there's this community of Sinai that's a majority. But to get the numbers that we said we're trying to get, I don't see how you can do that on a contiguous basis. I mean, because there's nowhere near the numbers outside of Mariana, Mariana. Yours got to grow
Yeah,
too.
I was gonna say, we keep turning District 1, even though.
Well, that's why I was saying, that's why I mentioned a while ago, 73 is the only other one area I know that I've got blacks in here, the Johnson family, great people, and so but you have to.
If I look at my district, it would look like it would need to move to the east because it's, characteristics of my constituency is mostly metropolitan and suburban.
Yeah, I think yours would break, you go south some too.
Yeah,
South is,
south
here's
end.
my community
Yeah.
here, right here, where the Johnsons live, families live at.
So I mean, again, I think if we had those initial meetings with the consultant, we could throw out our ideas as to how we think that those districts need to be changed from a big picture, kind of a holistic view, and then let him do the dirty work as far as, getting into the numbers and if it became apparent that we did need to try to maintain one of the districts with a majority black vote or minority vote, then we could relay that to him and let him figure out how to do it.
Right.
Or her.
So do you think, Michelle, that we can engage an attorney without going out for bid just for our monthly fee?
The consultant's not gonna be an attorney.
Okay. The attorneys don't, I mean, the consultants don't probably need to go out for bid for even.
Have we touched base with anybody at all? Just,
Carol, I believe, has spoken to a consultant in Tallahassee.
I think that's what she did say.
Yeah.
So without going out for bid, we couldn't consult with this.
No, you could.
I just wonder if it would be done on, just again, to get our feet wet in this, 'cause I've never been part of this, so I mean, we want it done right, as we all do. But, just to see if we could, like I said, how much oversight we need as far as from a consultant standpoint.
Could we invite him to a meeting and ask him to come over and make a presentation as to how he would approach this and, you know, what would his?
And that'd be a lot, I mean, at least we know, up front, maybe spend a little bit of money.
District lines completely change. That's,
Yeah.
Well, the other thing that I'm fearful of is I would think that we'd all want to try to remain in our district.
Right.
but I think we all
Yes.
spread out enough that
Yeah.
we can't affect that.
Yeah.
I don't know, well, you're probably right. But again, we want to make that clear to whoever was doing this. I think.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
I'm not in favor of a consultant. So.
Well, my only thing
I'm
is,
not
maybe
planning
I'm,
on changing my mind. I'm not planning on changing my mind. I just don't think they have enough institutional knowledge. I mean, we can come in here and yes, you can talk about the Johnson family here. And, you know, I can point to this area, we can do that. We know these things. They don't know them. Now, Kevin says he's got the census data where we can break it down, right, Kevin? So if we can get copies of that, and if we're looking, okay, Paul, we gotta bring yours up, you know,
I would say.
say
take mine to
500
take
or
mine to Mill
1,000.
Pond, and all the way up to Blue Springs Road and, you know, add that and see what that does.
I mean, those are things we can do on our own.
Yeah, but, yeah. I think we could.
Kevin, how hard would it be to extract the numerical value of those inside of a geographical location? Is that something we just don't have to go by house, because it's mainly by houses, correct? I mean, so we had to, by blocks, okay. Okay, I got you. I got you. Right? I got you.
Is that reflected on these maps you gave us? Okay. Okay, but you can break that total down for us. Pardon?
Yeah. If you had to surmise how long, a month? Yeah.
We're looking at trying to equalize the districts into about, what, 8,200 each?
It's 84-33.
And then the difference between the lowest district and the district with most voters or the most people would be can only vary by 5%. Is what I understand.
All right. So what do y'all want to do?
So Kevin, do you think we could set up do a workshop? Could you give us illustrations on actually physically moving some lines around to give us some guidance? Young lady?
So I would start first with, if you're gonna just try to engage with data in-house, start first with getting the districts aligned in accordance to how the state directs us to do that. And then we can look at what changes would we have to make in order to get those proposed districts aligned with the conditions of the consent order. You'd have two different sets of data.
Okay. So you're saying like for instance, just in mine, I guess this would be Clint's district. Polar River is very defining of a water body, so that should be fine, water body. But I have one issue that I do have on Elbetha Church Road. It's literally 200 yards out there in the woods. So we probably need to move that over to a more defined boundary. Because I think a lot of mine is very well. One's a section line, the other's river. So
I think we can probably kind of guess that in order to comply with the conditions of the consent order, we had to draw the districts up the way that they are now in a very unusual way in order to manipulate that to create that majority Black population. But that's probably why we see the districts the way that they are now. I'm not saying that that part is necessary to go forward to comply with the consent order, but I would, if we're gonna do this without a consultant, the first thing that I want, the first data set that I need to see is the proposed redistricting based on the state guidelines for our population and the locations of the boundaries. You know,
Those are the main
replicated.
principles we have to work by.
Yes,
Balancing the numbers and definitive, easily identifiable, boundaries.
yes. So, then once we have that data, then we can go a little bit deeper and look at the racial makeup of those proposed districts and see, is there a way to further, you know, manipulate that line in order to get that
The
within the
numbers.
consent order, but still be otherwise in compliance with our constitutional mandate. It may be possible.
Yes, ma'am?
I was just going to suggest two things. One, that if y'all are even open to hearing from the consultant, we could have them do a presentation at the next meeting. That may make it very clear that you do or don't want one. But simultaneously start doing what Michelle's suggesting, working, because that's gonna have to be done anyway. Some of this in-house work, even with a consultant. So we could do both. We could let them come and speak to y'all, sort of share from expert view and start working in-house on some of this.
Do we need to wait for 2 weeks?
No, not to,
When-
not to start analyzing this, no.
But the big question is, when can Kevin give us the data that we need to work with? You know,
Well,
if,
that
with
can
that,
start
if
being
we
worked
can
on right
develop
away.
that and have it, you know, let's schedule a meeting next week.
Isn't that data on this larger map? No, I thought it. A lot, yeah, the numbers and,
But it won't tell you the ethnicity.
well, we don't need that now.
Yes, you do.
Not if we're just trying.
Well, you're gonna
equalize it.
need it.
Yeah, not if you're just drawing lines.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're just trying to equalize the numbers, we're not really worried about.
Well, y'all wanna start drawing lines?
I don't want to really. Sounds like.
So let's address the court issue right now. Do we need to start, have you start on the court issue now too?
I'm not comfortable with filing a motion yet because I don't have all the data that I
Okay,
need.
well, I got you. All right, that's fine.
So
Yeah.
if we're gonna do this without a consultant, the first thing that I need us to do is to follow our constitutional mandate and kind of ignore the consent order for at this minute and get our districts aligned the way they're supposed to be population wise and with the appropriate, you know, boundary markers.
All right.
Can we go around and see, you know, we've kind of got ideals of where we could shade off or shade on, add on. I did the numbers a while ago. District 1 is gonna have 2,477 added to it. District 3 is
100.
1,335.
Hold on.
So that, well, I added all this up, not counting the inmates.
Given the, what was the number you gave first, what's district
Now,
one?
this might not be exact.
Okay.
but Plus 2,477,
For which?
District 1,
District, do they get 22,000?
2,477.
Okay.
Okay, District 2 needs to lose 1,369. District 3 needs to gain 1,335. District 4 needs to lose 1,192. And District 5 needs to lose 1,250.
Do District 3 again.
Plus 1,335.
What you said before again?
4 was minus 1,192.
Okay, and you subtracted out the,
I did not have the inmates
take
in there.
the inmates out.
Yeah, I took the inmates out. I did.
You did, okay.
And District 1 is the add, right?
What?
They gotta
District 1
have
is the add.
2,477.
So what I was saying before I give the numbers, what do you think we could do to adjust? I mean, just like me, I think they say try to keep towns together, communities together, roads or have
Water
distinctions
bodies.
with roads instead of sections. And, you know, I'd like,
I think
These
roads is a
people-
lot better than sections, because section lines will run out there.
either the city limits of Graceville to come into mine or going up to Alabama and take off some of Mariana and the bottom. That's just what I'm
For District
at.
Two.
for District Two.
Hang on a second.
Now, where that line is in Graceville, it's just too many people there. I have not counted them all up. You got a big section of Mariana that's come off and go into District 3 or somebody else. That's what I was looking at mine.
Yeah, I would almost say Coosa Road to the Chipola River would come into District 3 and then somewhere out around Flint Drive and maybe along. It's like that would get close to the numbers.
Yeah,
Up to the
like
mill
to
pond.
add, but take off some of mine. That's just, that would get the
So-
town of
That
Graceville
would take
in
some
one
of Eric's
district.
numbers on.
So I'm only contiguous with, well, I'm contiguous with all three of them.
Me, yeah.
Yours,
Oh,
all
you,
of them.
you,
Well, I'm only not contiguous with McKinney. I'm contiguous with you right here, from right
Just
here.
that little piece right there.
Yeah.
I would put that, and
Yeah.
some of this right over here, Blue Springs. You have to look at the numbers to see.
Yeah, you'd have to know each block, what plus is.
how many people are in Graceville?
Yeah, that's right. Find mine down here. There's 8 people live in that whole section right there. 8. Yeah, I think you're right. I think, even if you come down and, see, this is the family I was speaking to earlier, you know, we can come and,
Yeah,
you know, I don't know.
His,
yeah, which is in 5 now,
you
right?
don't need that long.
Yeah.
He's gonna pick up enough
Okay,
My
okay, good, okay. very
Yeah.
good.
by picking up.
So just,
So
you're
the
saying
one that
just
we
the-
have to, I think we have to concentrate on is McKinney's district,
Right,
trying to maintain it.
right, sure.
Uh,
Absolutely.
Just keep that in the back of
Also
our
pick up
mind.
a bunch of voters too.
Yeah, District 124.
That is.
That's a lot.
And that's a lot of areas.
No, that's not. And actually, that's probably more white than black. Yeah.
You can't pick up 1,335.
This area, the Mill Pond,
Yeah.
Blue Springs, buck it up right
Yeah.
there.
They just, rotate it. Set those speeders.
Oh, how far does yours go up north, over the
It goes to
northwest
a
side?
section line up above, the industrial park, cuts all the
The
way up to
northwest
Bucknose.
side.
Northwest side.
Northwest side.
What intersection, what road is that?
All the way over to,
Magnifying glass section.
You lost it already.
It's at, Missouri, you're at the.
Missouri.
Well, you know, actually north of Missouri. Yeah, Missouri's right here, and it's that little, whatever road that is,
that again is.
what road is
another-
that?
That should have been Missouri because I don't know how many people.
Yeah, Missouri's got 31 people in that area. There's 31 right there in that block.
Is that what
There's
we
Mine would be to
139.
stay Missouri Road, because that's just a section
Yeah.
right there.
keep hating to say
Right,
right
it's got you out there in the
because it's minority, and now there's so many minorities.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, is it gotta be black or is it gotta be?
Well, according to the judge's order, it's just for black, right?
That's right.
That was the
That
judge's
was
order,
A
right?
long time ago.
Yeah.
So we got what, almost 5% Hispanic in the Spanish?
4.9, yeah.
4.9.
So are we gonna contact the consultant about this short presentation?
That's what y'all want.
I think it's-
The question is, do y'all want that to be done at a special meeting next week or at the next board meeting, if you're gonna hear a presentation? And I'm asking if y'all would like that.
I would say,
Let us
we don't need
play
to
with these numbers a little, play with it a little, and we'll let you know before we leave today. How about that?
You can see where this is convoluted quick. I mean, especially not looking at numbers, we're just guessing, how many lives in this geographical area here.
No, you got the
Well, the
the
minority.
population, you have to add the numbers on
Oh, I
those
got it.
tracts.
Kevin, do you have a legend saying each track, census tract has so many people in it? I know you don't here. But here we just gotta add them up. We miss one, we miss one. Right.
Right.
But can we get a legend that says, block so-and-so
I can't
has
either.
300 people? Sir?
Yeah, that,
Well, I mean, you miss one here, you miss the numbers.
yeah, that's right. He's right. Now, do you have that spreadsheet or you had to compile? Oh, okay, that sounds like an easier task. You had to do it from your office, not here. It would be nice if we had this where you put on the TV and zoom in on it.
He's got it.
Yeah, but can you zoom in?
Joey,
I mean, we're really
That's what I
focused right here
thought we
around
were doing.
McKinney and Paul's district right now, so we could just inlay to where we could read it.
So, where would?
Joey, Fred,
He's gonna get it. Display the.
Yes, sir.
look at those maps.
There he is. On the maps, Joey, can you zoom in on District 1 in the northwest corner of District 3?
Hold on one second. Let me see if I can get that pulled up for you.
Kevin, I'm looking here and I see track 21211000. And I see multicolored shades of things.
400?
So
I don't get put plus 400 spring shade.
I can't hear you, Kevin.
That'll put you.
Inside of the one big one,
900.
This area right here to Hartsfield
the
Road.
track is 2100 and the blocks are smaller.
173 Hartsfield.
Got you. That's why I'm seeing the 20.
So that'd give you.
211.
573, say 5, just say 600. So you still 700 down. Yeah, what's the section line? I mean, the road, Poplar Springs is a good horizontal road running north and south. That'd be a good landmark there. Poplar Springs.
Poplar Springs Road.
He's moving, he got,
I picked up all Indian Springs.
Bless you, my child.
Yeah, but you're going that way.
You're going the wrong way.
Yeah, you're going.
You need to be going that way.
Well, there's not a whole lot that way.
You need to take,
And we're close to.
you need, you need to take part of Clint's part
Yeah.
of Mariana.
See, where all his district is all a long ways away from mine.
Well, you are gonna, you probably will, well, no, you can,
Well, I don't need
Show
to
me what
take
you
it
showed
in
that.
from McKinney, though.
no. Show
But
me
he's
where you
gonna
want, which way you want. John Frey, which way?
he needs to come this
Well,
way
yeah, but that's right, but that's industrial, so there ain't very.
and take,
Not
There
much
he
out
is.
there.
and take Clint's area of Mariana. Right?
Yeah, I can do that, like Pusher Road and all
Yeah,
that.
Booster Road
Yeah.
and,
That's where your
73
population is.
South.
Once you get past the interstate, there's not much
Well,
there.
Are you about to look at that?
Well, what's
Oh,
the
yeah,
problem?
there's a bunch of them.
Just north of the interstate, right there in that area right there, like you said,
Yeah.
yeah, that one.
That, and the area just east of my district, which is again Flint Drive.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
But then,
Indian Springs.
So if you squared off that section right here, it went down.
Right.
and then
But how many
over
people-
the River, what would they give you? What would it-
Well, it's hard
We
to
need to
tell,
know
but
how
I
many
think it would get me pretty close.
Yeah.
black in there.
Don't stand up for me. We're doing separate, we're doing population. How about, Paul, is this, here, it comes over and squares this section right off, without the road off.
But we're looking for,
Which one y'all doing? I thought we were doing section lines right now.
yeah.
Or lines, not,
Well, what I'm
not,
saying is McKinney, if we
McKinney
keep
don't
it-
need to lose any.
Yeah, but he's gonna have to gain some black. So where's he
Right.
gonna get that?
Well, that's why I
If
know,
you're
that's when I
taking-
asked him earlier.
I
what-
can,
If you're taking this away from Peacock over here,
I can give
we
some
take
of,
some away from Peacock here, we
he's gonna have to grab some of your district, Clint, up around south of Graceville.
Well, that's, if we're gonna keep Graceville together, it's split now.
You need to
That's
put
all
it
they did is
together.
split.
Put it in McKinney's district. That's where he would, all this area south of Graceville to, like Damascus Road or.
Well, let's take yours. No, here we go. No, I'd like to get Graceville in mine. That's why I give off up Marietta.
But, how many people live in Graceville?
How many voters? Population?
No population.
Well, if I can get in there.
It's just shy of Marietta, so, I mean,
It's a lot smaller. Well, I say it is.
population.
See, I've got some of it anyway.
32.
2432. How many does he need? Do you want that? So we gotta,
It's split now.
Well, I wonder how much is this right
so he
here?
gets 1,000, he would only pick up 1,000.
It's just-
Well, I got half of it.
But it looked like about three.
Well, how about if we went down here?
If I took
This is-
Graceville
this is-
city
this is-
limits.
Clint. Clint, how about if we drove the west side of, yeah, that's right, I said, just take that. I don't know, yeah, you're right, there's not that much.
Well, there's a few. That might. What is that, Dry Creek?
I think
That's
so.
Dry Creek right there.
Yeah, it should be.
Where's Larimore Road, Thompson Road, Larimore Road. Yeah, that's Dry Creek to a point, then it cuts over. If I took that whole area, Dry Creek North all the way to the Chipola River, all the way up to,
So, Eric, you say Grand Ridge was split?
No,
It's not?
Well, the right of way is.
Now that it goes to the interstate?
Yeah,
that's
but
the only
it's just
reason?
our right of way, it's not by population.
So Graceville's the only one split.
right.
Clint, come walk over here real quick, bud.
Hang on a minute, I gotta move.
Also, could this possibly do this right here?
that would give me about 600 feet.
You do.
It don't matter, right now, we're just going.
All the way down to Dry
We're
Creek.
just going for numbers.
Dry Creek all the way down to that whole district.
And you actually could get, that's that black community right there, you actually could come on down here and get them. Well, you need numbers. Oh, you don't,
We're not very, really worried about that.
man. Oh, okay, good, good.
There's a lot of people.
Gives me about, that gives about 600 people, is what I can tell, just roughly.
Just right here?
Yeah, all the way down to Fairview. I don't know what that is, that's a section line.
That
I
is,
guess.
Dry Creek,
Now, here's Dry Creek.
Mill
right
Road.
here. Okay,
somewhere in here.
yeah, this might be Dry Creek.
So basically, you're saying if you did that right there, right, roughly that,
That's roughly about 600. And then I can get it, the other
right there.
right there. So it gives me Chipola River, Dry Creek, Mill Creek Road, to Garden View.
What's wrong with there? What is that?
That's 73, it's Clarksville Highway.
That's 71.
71, yeah. Yeah.
There ain't no population down there, though. The only ones you got population there is that Right Tail Drive and all right there.
There's nothing much in that area.
Yeah, I guess you got the Camp Road right there.
But this is where your population is, right in here. And I could also go, Mill Pond, which comes right up there and get everything from the Mill Pond, or go. I think that's going, some combination of that's going to get me, so it's taken away from your district, which it needs to, it's taken away from.
Well,
Give this, and you add that.
Like we talked, yeah, McKinney was saying, most all this in here is white. That's not, I mean, I know we're not talking about that,
That's
but
all black up there. isn't it?
that's in mine.
I know.
This is all white.
Yeah, but-
No, that ain't white.
Yeah, it's not.
That's not part of the district. They all white.
So how many did you come up with, Paul?
I came up with about 1,200.
How many did you need?
Need 1,339. He's close.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know. if
But
it's
now,
gonna
where-
help
how
you
much
on
are you
White Lake
stealing?
If we look to that part. We really need that legend. Cause I don't see, Paul, you looked and added all them numbers in?
No, I did it real quick. That's why I say I don't,
Yeah.
that's what I want to
Well,
consult
now
with.
we're starting to get a little bit there, so. That's right here. See, I can give McKinney this part, north of Peanut Road, right here.
So that made that line with Peanut Road.
Yeah,
Okay.
that could go in there, cause that's stupid. Yeah.
So
Most of them don't know
will it
where
still
they
be
live
split
anyway.
then? Will we still
I
split?
would think. This
And
end,
square that off?
and you know, they probably ain't that many lives in there, so. it
Yeah, well,
could
it
cut-
don't- well, you can tell how many that live there. That block right there.
I'm giving you Rachel, let's give away a lot of his numbers.
not giving away this. That's why I was giving mine up and add,
If we
look,
gave-
add that right there too.
Okay, so if you took this away,
I could, this
that'll
area in
lose,
here,
you said about 600 here, roughly, that's right, about 600.
yeah, I won't, hold on. I'm gonna have to keep going now, but if we, just for lack of a, on Penn Road,
Yeah, again, but there ain't nothing
Friendship
there.
Church.
That's all, see, that's all farmland, that means in that whole block right there. You're 15 feet. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, but if you give, if you give this to Paul, that's.
we,
I'm sorry,
we can't worry about
So
it.
minus 600 on
We're just
yours,
gonna have to
which would be
divide that
2,
out, and then get it kind of divided out, then we can massage it.
Yeah, that's right, I'm sorry, so 600, so.
You would come down about 1,400.
Yes.
You gotta have,
1360. See, I'll give him that.
And don't do this?
No,
Well, that's what I said,
come on.
Yeah, so,
See, I'm taking in a little. I
Yeah.
mean, well,
and you're all with this, as far as just line, just discussion between us now. This line down
right
here.
here.
All right, I just will put about approximately 600.
Well,
Yeah, I understand, no, I understand.
yeah, this is three,
Cause I mean, you
but,
got, 27, yeah,
so
11,
you're saying,
where was it? 112, 112. I feel like my granddaddy, 944, 22, 89,
well, now, he's,
yeah.
I don't know if he's
Yeah,
thinking
you're right,
about
26, 34,
giving up.
17, 55.
what he needs to think about is going south.
29,
well,
17.
some of, yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah, you got big probably, yeah, 89, 12, 46, 73, 137. Yeah, I think that would give us, I think we got Paul solved.
Yeah, well, no, yeah. This right in here, is this lot. Don't know the road is.
Yeah, that
Some of
would be,
that, yeah.
that'd be fine, because there's not big numbers.
Is it all in the city limits? What's not in the city?
I don't know
You
that.
know, I don't think any of that's in the
So
city.
Kenny might as well come join the party, everybody's over here, baby.
Yeah.
What's that road?
Well, this is
That's
what we're
Bucknose.
gonna do.
I kind of feel
Get started,
special,
right?
it's not my birthday.
Hold up. How much is this right here is black?
This is, I think this is Bucknose Road up there.
Yeah, Bontno got, I'm not seeing me, 152 right there. 101, and that could be that is what geographical boundary is this? That's also not that's not a river that's squared, so.
Is that cavern, is that fish hatchery up there? I think
It
that's
is
fish hatchery.
Fish Hatchery
right?
Road, it
Yeah.
is Fish Hatchery. So he was
So I
saying,
probably, this is gonna be mostly, I'm guessing mostly white all up in there. Everything, well, not everything, I don't know. It's hard to know what's.
Well, we're just trying to get the numbers.
yeah, that's all
Well,
we did.
yeah, but I
we're
mean,
just trying
in
to come
doing
up with
that,
numbers, right? We're,
in doing that, though.
Yeah, and,
So your suggestion, Mickey,
right, I would, yeah.
just take this,
Looks at 73.
what would be a solid boundary? So just everything north of 90 on that quadrant, would you think the numbers?
Yeah.
What'd you think? We'd have to also do that, so I wish they had a, here, hold on.
Now, are we splitting up Marietta there?
uh,
Yeah,
Well, I
What
mean,
versus Linda? You don't want to bust up Mariana.
I just.
Well, Mariana's
Yeah,
already-
And maybe,
but the bad thing about this is I'm trying to gain, and,
I know.
you know,
being the chairman spoke of,
I'm getting,
come along
I
here.
want to gain a little.
Troy. I don't care if you're wrong.
keep them along. Come along here somewhere.
Somewhere along Friendship Church Road down.
Road. That would help me out.
Okay, so you're saying from here? So basically right there.
is that, what
And
road is
I
that?
don't,
What
the
road is
Friendship
that?
Church Road,
Okay.
that's what he said, right? I'm not familiar with it.
So everything west of that?
Right.
Right, so I'll put B1.
You ever seen
All right,
this?
and
And
then,
also
No.
over here on,
Never,
Clinton
never
District.
happened.
all right,
at least that portion right there. Come
all
on.
right.
From
That's
Peanut
Peanut-
Road north?
Peanut Road.
Peanut Road.
I'll put D1.
Yeah, how many does that give you?
I don't know, I had to, let's see.
I mean, it's not big numbers. Probably
Yeah,
about
zero.
100,
Better not be-
got that. 150, 200,
You gotta,
maybe?
you also gotta make sense. And that don't make sense.
What?
Peanut Road is my, no, yeah, giving him that.
Yeah, that's what
would-
D1, that's what I said,
Yeah.
D1 there, D1 here, on Friendship Church, and then D1 here.
Yeah. See what the numbers come up.
Add 'em up,
See how
see what
close
you
we
got.
are?
Yeah, but I can't, you ain't gonna be able to make it.
That was Steve, I mean, kid.
And again,
Yeah.
what I've gained here, you're taking away, which is, I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, it's almost washing you. Yeah, it's partly washing
And then I'm
you.
having to,
It may be that we have to come over here, I don't know, I mean,
Well,
or you could come down here, this is,
Pick up some of this.
yeah, right there, that community right there, and come over to the river right there. I mean, you would pick up that whole community right there.
they put Jeffrey in yours and you might be his favorite.
Jeffrey who?
I ain't gonna.
Jeffrey who?
Our new road bridge man. Oh, you think you get some dirt road?
I need some dirt road.
I want you to have the dirt roads.
We need to give him some more.
So you said, you maybe, well,
Is
I
that
don't
it?
know how we can do that, because that would be,
I mean,
unless we went
this right
here,
it might- whatever, just
and
like-
here, to there, we're trying to
This
do
is
that.
our
to come over.
Peanut Road.
Yeah, I think so, yeah, there. So, yeah,
That road.
2 or 3 feet.
up here and then down here, because that would give him some minorities, and it would give them population. There's a big old group of
Yeah,
people right here.
Needs to come all the way. What road is this?
I think it's up.
No,
Yeah, it is.
what road is this?
I mean,
Oh.
But we'll wait on that. We'll see what it does.
All right, who's gonna do the number? We're gonna wait and get Kevin to go.
Do we have if we had a bigger magnifying glass, it would take, something better, it wouldn't take long.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we zoomed in, if we could get Joey to zoom this in.
Nobody lives there except.
Yeah, but you gotta do every one of them. We gotta add up every one of them. We ain't gonna be able to do it sitting there.
Joey?
Joey, well, ask him if he could just come in.
Yes, sir.
Joey, could you come here for a minute back? We need, Joey, there's a way, we need to segregate this part right here. And zoom in. We need to be able to read this, those numbers besides one at a time. Yeah, well, actually, it encompasses more this right here. Can you zoom in on that section?
Like 300 people in Copper Slate. I'm not Copper Slate. Indian Springs.
300? That seems low. How many houses is that one?
That's pretty.
Seems like there would be more out there.
Red. What's the population of Indian Springs?
Yeah.
Of Indian Springs. One freezer house. I mean, 800.
People,
People, but now, yeah.
920 if you go off 2.3. But if you go down to 350 and then,
That's homes.
yeah, so we need to be able to see the,
Just tell me where to drag it around.
okay. Can you do it from back here so we don't have to get?
Computer's not gonna handle that. But I'll dig it inside, just tell me where.
All right, thank you. If you focus on that northwest corner there of that blue inscription there, that would be great. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah. Well, the northwest, just that whole northwest corner, what we were trying to figure out here, north of 90. Right there, right there. Oh, yeah, that's good, Joey. There you go. All right, so we want to do McKinney. You sitting now, McKinney?
31. Yeah, where you going all the way to Fish Hatchery?
Yeah, go to the east just a little bit, Joey. He knows which way he's. You hear me say that, Joey, didn't you? Yeah, there's Joey. So you got 31. Now scroll to the south. Keep on going. So you got 152. It's on the west side. You got 139. 31.
who's adding them up?
283 plus 40,
Hang on a second, Joey.
323.
Oh, doing an excellent job. Oh, we got 31 plus.
139, 152.
420.
What was you were down, McKinney down 2477?
Yeah.
What does the margins need to be, Michelle? The margins as a whole, within 5 points?
5%.
Well,
Lowest of the highest.
see, now I'm
These are
I'm
perfect
talking
numbers.
about this, giving him that.
Right.
I don't know what that is.
Well, we need to do it by. So what did you get on that, Paul, roughly? I got close to 450.
Depending on where you were going, I was going all the way to.
Fish hatchery. Just scroll down, zoom out just a tad, see if we can see one zoom out. Oh, never mind, that messed up my eyes. Sorry.
It ends up being about 500.
About 500, okay, yeah, so there's 139, 150.
Does that even get me out of my,
old
right up my district?
Campbellton
Where
Road.
I live.
Well, where do you live at,
Right
Paul?
where that star is.
Oh, that's where you, okay. That gets you in the northwest corner of your district.
Yeah, I mean, that puts me right on the line.
That red X?
Yeah, it's got my house right there.
Oh, wow. That should, yeah, that is yours. That's where they mark it at. They're marking where we're at. Or is that the hospital?
No.
Okay, I didn't know if that was the Red Cross was what it.
We
That's
put it
actually,
there.
that's where I live.
Okay, I got you. So you know, yeah, the reference. Yeah.
Don't tell anybody who it is. We're all
Mark.
and the school board members, but
Well, why y'all stop?
I want to take a break for a minute.
Meal, man.
Clint, we're meeting up here. Okay. Y'all want to take about a 5-minute break, restroom break? Take a 5-minute break, Miss Carla.
Let me know.
Break time. Oh, I need coffee. Ma'am? I'm gonna get this coffee. I'll get this one. Keith. Well, I'm still over here at the county. But I've been here quite this long, but, did you get a chance to go by there? Are you going by there now? Okay. Give me till 3 o'clock. All right, now, you want to just meet over there, say about, I'm up here, let's say, you want to meet at 3:15? All right, I'll see you then.
Hey, Pete, I'm still on, we can just go ahead and go back, turn around, go ahead and go on. Hey, Pete. Just go on by that about 3 o'clock, man, he'll be there. Yeah, appreciate it, Pete.
Oh, yeah, all this will be joined, yeah.
I think we need to.
Oh, yeah.
Probably going to.
We've only had one with the school board one other time, and that was actually the shooting down there in Sandy Hook.
We'll,
Because we can't really make these decisions unilaterally without.
Technically, I don't think what Matt said, y'all know the drawing districts, and I ain't saying we will as long, but y'all started drawing districts, and we don't have to follow.
that's correct.
But it would be a better
But it's-
base.
Oh, yeah. 1,350. I've got to lose 1,192, and Clint's gonna, Clint's gonna lose 1,379.
District, 3 and 2 needs to add.
That's right.
And district, 1, 5, 4, and 2 needs to.
Right.
Yeah.
We're trying right now, all we're trying to do is get the numbers close.
Yeah, close.
Right.
5%, 5%.
Right. So everybody's fairly even.
Okay.
That's what
So-
we're
I
trying.
couldn't make any heads or tails, the public couldn't make any heads or tails of what we had on that box.
Yeah, it was so.
Don't worry about it, we couldn't even.
Oh, well,
Yeah, this one,
couldn't tell.
and
Y'all had
look
these
at,
prints down.
look at this print on that one, how small they are.
But when I pull it up myself on my computer, I couldn't see.
Well, we're going to get some more information. Like this guy Kevin, he's going to give us a sheet that
I do
we
not.
can
These
take
are-
these and we
These are,
can,
one of them's on Jackson County map, and one's my district. I'm
the
sure they can
numbers.
get you one there.
Yeah, we can get you one,
So
baby.
we're gonna probably do a meeting
He just-
next Tuesday or Thursday and we'll go.
So y'all gonna do a meeting, another meeting?
Oh, yeah, we'll,
Right.
yeah.
Tuesday or Thursday, we're fixing to
So we
decide right now.
Okay.
Tony, can you do 1 o'clock next Tuesday afternoon?
You got a commission meeting.
That's a big if.
Let's just. What about Thursday?
Thursday, 1 o'clock.
And y'all school board meeting at 4?
All right, let's go for.
Well, that's a good idea. How about Tuesday evening after the school board meeting? Can you do
Are
Tuesday
you
night?
kidding?
You think it'll be a long
Tuesday
meeting?
night? Please,
Maybe
Tuesday,
at 5?
Tuesday night, next,
5:30.
Tuesday night, 5:30.
All right,
I'll make,
that's awesome.
That's
For
good.
a minute.
Thank you all.
We're gonna work it out.
5:30 next Tuesday?
yeah, I'll make it.
Come on, wait a minute.
We're in. We're
Yeah.
in.
Why
We're
you
in. We're in.
gambling?
You ain't got that.
Oh, you gonna get everybody's.
All right,
Hey,
we
Steve,
come to the conclusion that we want to do another workshop meeting next Tuesday at 5:30 PM, and we'll have the school board here with us.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to that. Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Donifro. Next Tuesday, 5:30.
Let me ask a question real quick. What do y'all want to add? We need it where we can actually view this, because I agree. This has to be where we can, and IT can probably work on that for us, some type of a camera that we can see what we're looking at. If we all get together or whatever, we need to be able to see this and the public see it on TVs too. at the same time.
Technology at the ag complex?
The Ag's got less technology than we do. Steve, do y'all have a facility with the technology to project things up? We can do it here in that we can add tables out here maybe. And let Joey and Fred work on it.
Yeah. In the
They're
meanwhile,
pretty good.
we all voted on it, didn't we?
No, not yet.
Could we take these?
Hang on, hang on a minute. Steve, go ahead. We got it.
We have that.
But what we need to project is what we're trying to do here.
Honestly, no, like the laser.
And like that camera back there needs to be focused in on what we're talking about so people can see it.
Steve, you don't see a
Mr.
problem?
Chairman,
Yes, go ahead, Fred.
we've got a second camera like that one back there that we could do a temporarily hang from the ceiling or something and view down on that map if you wanted.
That's what we need to do.
I think that's a very good idea, Fred. Work on it for me.
Will do so.
All right,
See, none of the other board members have a problem with that time. I mean, we're only asking one of them. The rest of them can come into that. Okay, very good.
all right. We got a motion, we got a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. See y'all. Oh, we got to take care of Red on something.
Oh, I thought it was in it.
So I've reached out, so the issue at hand was the size and the use that we wanted for the mini excavators for road and bridge. So I reached out to the sales rep as well as a contractor that uses these machines. They both said that a, 309 is adequate for the use that we intend with the mulching head on it. So with your permission, I'd like to proceed with the 308, the two 308 purchases, and then hold off till we get some other things arranged in the budget, and then at a later date, work on the 309 machines with a mulching head.
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Hill,
Don't leave.
I got another.
second by Commissioner Donifro to go ahead with the purchase of the two 308s with the idea that we're going to buy 2 309s in the future.
Read on those, 308s, I mean, do we need to really be wasting our time with those?
That ain't gonna be time wasted, Bo.
Sure.
We're gonna put them to work. Cause my intent isn't for them to be full-time mulchers on the 309s when we get it. That'll just be an option for certain jobs. But their primary task is gonna be digging, which is what they're made for. And I'm driving it first.
Okay, any more questions? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, other thing we had come up is, if you remember at the last meeting, I asked the board to approve a change order for the emergency sign contract for the Hurricane Michael wind damage signs. And we had a change order, and we wanted DEM and FEMA to, go along with the change order, make sure they cover it. Well, they won't do a change order on a project that they hadn't already approved. So the entire sign contract is an at-risk project. So essentially to them, as far as FEMA is concerned, it's not an active project. So we took on the sign contract at risk, and now we have a change order. So
It's
they're
a $1
they're
million
not gonna-
project.
It is.
Cancel it.
We ain't got $1 million to put in it.
No, he's reminding y'all that you already
That
awarded
was-
it
that was
with the
right.
understanding that FEMA had not approved it.
That was pretty explicit during the approval process of initiating Acme to go ahead and do the work. We can't not replace the road signs. I mean, you can drive, y'all know, y'all out and about as much as anybody. You can go to a stop sign, you don't know which way you're going because there's a road sign on. We
So what's
got
our option? Where we coming out with $1 million?
How much would it cost us to?
Buy the signs and go put them up.
So that, wait, let me be clear. They're not gonna pay, FEMA's not gonna pay for our.
Hold
roads.
on, no. They haven't declined the project. They just haven't approved it either.
Which is no different than what's been
Than
said.
any other, all these 4177 projects, all that, I mean, those are at risk. We don't have that money allocated from DEM to Jackson County, or from FEMA to DEM for Jackson County for this project. Anything 4177, the signed contract, all that are at-risk projects for Jackson
Mine
County.
was approved, I think.
At one point, yes, but any new project, some of those that we're currently working on are not FEMA-funded projects.
Well, there's two issues. Some of them have not been approved, but none of them have active time extensions approved on them.
Exactly,
Even those that were approved previously.
right.
So
That-
we've tried to say that repeatedly because we don't want anyone to be shocked if that were to not
We
happen.
need to,
We're pressuring
Pressure on.
anyone and everyone we can. I mean,
We are.
they're not
I
budging.
mean, we drove to Tallahassee and sat down and.
I still don't understand nothing we've done, but I cannot understand the philosophy that FEMA will not cover freaking road signs after a Cat 5
They
hurricane.
haven't said they wouldn't.
I know, but they hadn't said they would.
Exactly.
And we're 3 years deep.
That's right.
That is absolutely absurd. I say that to anyone. It's absurd that your signs are destroyed that navigate our citizens around this county and,
Yep.
and outside people. And they're still flipping a coin or rolling a dice, whatever preference you want, to figure out they don't pay for it. I don't know, kind of like the Washington County, Jackson County thing. But anyway.
All right.
So they intended to start next Monday if the change order is approved. Like,
But what's
5
our,
days.
what's our secondary funding source if they deny? Where we don't get that funds to pay them if it's never picked back up?
we have other projects that are, we got insurance proceeds, and we got some money, like, that's one reason we don't want to spend the extra money on these other 2 excavators. We want to make sure some of these other ongoing projects are going to be covered before we keep moving forward.
The change order was how much?
75,000,
I thought we did six,
but 75 on top of a million, that's
we didn't approve that last time?
you approved it contingent on FEMA and DEM approving it, but FEMA and DEM haven't approved the signed contract as a whole, so they won't approve the change order.
Because we're gonna have less signs because we've already replaced the bunch.
That is, I feel
That's
very
what we done
confident that we will not meet that maximum number.
That's what we did last time.
Has anyone talked to DEM?
A week or two, almost weekly.
And I went to Tallahassee a few weeks ago and met with the deputy director. They know what's going on, but they can't make it happen either. This is the whole state of Florida. This is not just us.
Go over.
Go over what?
Go over their heads. They all have a boss.
Well, what I'm saying is that
Yeah,
is
absolutely,
the
as a
top of
government.
FDM. And it's not in their hands.
We don't have to worry about making them mad. I mean, we've got
You know, we punished this.
3 years.
So what do you want from us?
Approve the change order $75,000 so we can get Acme started Monday.
We did not do that last week. I mean, 2 weeks ago.
Your approval was contingent on FEMA's approval.
Now
Who
you
added
want us
that?
to go on the hook for 75.
That was a
Okay.
request of
I
finance.
make a motion to approve the
Second.
$75,000 change order.
Got a motion by Commissioner Fake, second by Commissioner Hill. Any more questions? All those in favor, raise your right hand. It carries
Keep our fingers crossed.
5-0. But
Well,
I'm
it's like
I'm
41,
voting
77.
reluctant.
No, that change order ain't gonna matter. That ain't gonna matter. We better worry we find the money to do the rest of the
Well, we're
sign.
7.5 years into 4177, and we ain't got made whole on that one. I ain't got much optimistic on this one, but anyway, real quick, I want to go out for bid for lime. I'll get the specs, get with Rhett, get the specs on the lime, so, but I'm making a motion, I use my road money to go out for bid for lime.
What road money?
That, money we just got for roads,
Bond money?
bond money.
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Hill, and he wants to go out to, for bid for lime.
So I will ask a couple clarification questions.
Second for discussion.
Are you
Got a
wanting,
second by
because
Commissioner Fake.
we shop around within our day-to-day process, we call around, see who's got what. Are you wanting to do that, or are you wanting to sign a contract with a lime company, a rock company, saying if we buy rock, we're buying from you?
Yes, that's what I want, the latter.
Okay, so there's no board action needed for that process.
Unit price.
So we could do it based on the chemistry of the product and make sure it's gonna meet our needs, and then unit price, or we could, just do it, RFP. And, y'all could rank them if you prefer to do that. We'd do it a couple different ways.
Except it does not require.
It does not. Nicole, the procurement officer, can initiate that process to receive the bids or receive the qualifications. And if we do it based on price, that's, one option. If you do it based on a different category, then that's another option that could be ranked by the board. So
Could you have those numbers back to us by next
You
Tuesday?
talking about bidding it based
Oh.
on unit price, like a.
they
Well,
usually, they'd have to run between, I think, 30 days. So not Tuesday is not gonna be an option.
But you know what the quality needs to be, right?
Yeah,
Your
well,
specification.
roughly, it is a specific, we use it in the past, I don't know what that is, but I'm not institutional knowledge on chemistry of lime, but anyway, high cals, the calcium level is a defining factor.
And there are 3 pits, 3 mines and inside of Jackson County that we use. So that's what I'm saying. If we want to limit it to a specific type of rock, a
Yeah.
specific makeup, the actual chemistry of the product, then we can do that, which I have no idea what the timeline on that will be. Because I don't know if that's something that they keep records of, or if we have to take samples, send off. I don't know that process. Or if we just want to do it based on, unit price per ton, then obviously that's a little bit quicker.
I mean, is there that much of a difference between? the
It's
line quality?
substantial. It's very surprising.
Yeah, amazing.
You want to see the difference? Right out to Sweet Pond Road, from Highway 69 up to, probably a half a mile.
North?
And going north, you will see a change.
Yes.
And the change is that high cal line.
Change in just the color or change the way
Quality,
it's opened up?
Quality and texture of the road.
Yeah, on my second phase, I used some, and it was,
Or we specify the pit that it comes out of?
no, just specify the quality, the calcium.
Well, the only, right.
Yeah, something to do with the calcium, I've got someone working on it, so.
So what I could do by next Tuesday is I could get with a few of our contractors and consulting engineers and see what type of makeup they prefer when they're bidding a project or when they're shopping around. Bring that back, and then we could use that to decide what type of RF, whatever we actually want to put out. So, I mean, that'll
We
limit
got
us
that by
to.
next Tuesday.
Yeah, I feel like we can do that.
Jim, I'm ready to draw my second.
Okay, you are withdrawing your second.
I can get a third.
No, we don't have to do
Well,
it.
that's right.
We're
We're
gonna bring
going,
in
okay.
additional
All right.
information.
We have
Withdrawing the
Yeah,
motion
I
and the
got it.
second, Marie.
All right, so-
Anything else?
Nothing for me.
Anything else?